All right. I guess I'll do the formal stuff. So we, PEA and the school district of Polk County are meeting for our second bargaining session on Tuesday, March 29th, 2022 at the PEA office starting at 3 p.m. A sign-in sheet is going around for today's attendance roster. And so we will do what we did last time with any tentative agreements that are signed today. We'll attach the attendance roster so that everybody doesn't have to sign. All right.
District's agenda is being circulated.
Okay, thank you. All right, so after
I didn't pick the whole thing up and push it in the back. I just seen the kids.
after we met last time, we had a very productive meeting. I believe there were 8 tentative agreements signed between the 3 contracts, so we are moving right along. Last week, I had emailed a few more of our proposals that we can talk through today. And I know we still have on the table the Appendix E with the part-time Polk virtual and part-time instructors that we can discuss today as well. So do you want to talk about that first with the Appendix E, or do you want to jump in to some of the stuff that we had sent over?
Let's go ahead and jump into the stuff.
Perfect. Okay. So one thing, and this was my mistake, when we were doing the paid leaves proposal, I left off language that Kevin had been talking with Linda about as adding in some language with pertaining to sick leave transfer, sick leave hour transfers to other employees, so that it was codified in our contracts, not just through school board policy. And so I had sent that over with the list that I had sent to you guys last Monday. So we did TA on paid leaves for all 3 contracts, but we wanted to bring forward some sick leave transfer language to add into that paid leave article for all 3 contracts. So we're not touching anything that we TA'd on. So in the teacher article 22 or 20, 20.1-8. And in the para, it is article 6.1-5. And in the ESP, we would be adding 10.1-5, and it's all the same language. And what it says is sick leave transfer. Any employee who wishes to transfer sick leave to another employee shall be able to do so within the sick leave transfer guidelines. And then part A, guidelines, an employee may donate, i.e. authorized transfer of any amount of their accrued sick leave to another board employee. The authorizing employee must have at least 10 days of sick leave remaining after the donation is made. Once approved, a donation cannot be retracted by the donor. Any transferred sick leave that is not used as anticipated shall be returned to the authorizing employee upon the recipient's return to work. In the case of multiple donors, unused leave will be returned to each donor. Donated sick leave will have no value for terminal pay. And that was the same in all 3 contracts, just different parts of the article.
I guess I'll jump in. Trying to get down to my school board policy. The first thing I want to ask really is, can you give us a background as to why there was a need for bringing this forward into contract language when we've already got it codified with, quite frankly, with a lot of forethought, a lot of committee, subcommittee work, and a lot more details than were presented in there were some pieces that were left out of here that are in policy.
Okay.
And I can review those chapter and verse, but I'm kind of curious to know the background.
So we really wanted to bring this forward in contract language because finding things in board policy can be kind of difficult. Whereas if it's codified in our contracts, it's usually easier for people to find the guidelines for and how it's applicable to them. And so we wanted it codified in the contract as well. And when board policy was made, because it does impact wages, hours, working conditions, we felt that it needed to be addressed in the CBA and that we should have a discussion surrounding the sick leave transfer so that it was codified in our contract as well.
So we had brought this very language several times to several tables to try to get, as far back as when Mark Gray was still here, to try to get a bit availability. And then we brought it again after the law changed to allow for it, again. So this actually started out at the collective bargaining table.
So we wanted to codify it in the contract so that it was clear. People didn't have to dig through board policy. We're agreeable to have a discussion about adding some more specifics to this, but just wanted to have this codified in our contracts.
All right. The board policy is a bit more detailed. The reason that this language is not quite as detailed, quite frankly, is because it kind of slows the process down of being able to transfer sick leave from one employee to another. We've run into several times since I've been here. I think Wilfredo's run into it once or twice too, where people have tried to donate leave and it's gotten caught up in red tape, we'll call it. So the impetus for the language was to kind of clarify it, make it a little bit shorter and sweeter, and allow people to utilize that sick leave transfer as
All right. Some of the things that I wanted to point out that obviously is, Kevin, as you kind of have segued into, that are a concern to me that's not in here. And I'm not bringing these concerns in a vacuum relative. These are coming from risk. These are coming from payroll, and otherwise, because we have had experience with other cases. There was no limit. We had a 200-hour cap. There was no 15-day minimum, that we put in there. It removed any condition of the 1-year employment and attendance with no discipline. In other words, you didn't receive any discipline for attendance concerns or otherwise in the past 12 months. There was no requirement of the employee being inactive, so they could be active and still receive leave, which would be problematic. It didn't prohibit any use retroactively. It didn't address, like the policy did, folks that are on maternity or paternity leave. So, these were just some things that just jumping off were a real concern to us relative, to beginning discussions of the language that you presented.
So what would you envision adding to this to make it?
Quite honestly, I'm most comfortable with what we have thought through relative to the committees and the work that's been done with risk to get us to the policy piece, because we know that that's what we can work within and work around. I think that it's prudent to consider someone eligible for this transfer if they've exhausted all of their leave. Obviously the retro or the leave returning back to the individuals if it's not used, is not a problem, because that's in the language and the policy as well. But specifically what jumped out to me was that the 200-hour per request was missing the 15-day minimum. And I also wanted to relay as well, as we were reviewing what you'd presented and preparing for our time together tonight, we thoughtfully, collectively worked through this. We looked out to Martin and Pasco County as well, trying to look at best practices. So I am concerned with what was left out because of the specificity and the situations that it addresses on a go-forward basis through policy.
So I know one of the things that we were concerned about with the policy is not necessarily the 200-hour caps or necessarily even, well, so we do have some concerns with the 15-day minimum, because we know where that came from with the sick leave bank, right? Because with the sick leave bank policies, they do have where they have to be out of time. And then there's that threshold before we can approve them. But this is slightly different because it's not a bank of hours that people are donating to be used, for the collective that are part of this thing. It's literally a direct transfer of hours. If I want to give Jason hours because I know he needs them, maybe Jason's not a part of the sick leave bank, I can give him those hours, within the parameters. And so not having that 15-day waiting period like we do for the sick leave bank, and potentially even taking away where people can get it within their first year of employment, because we know that if something does happen, particularly catastrophically, even if they're employed for less than a year, we want to be able to keep them if they're a good employee, but we also don't want them to get into a situation where they're being unpaid or they're going into disciplinary issues with attendance because they don't have hours. And if somebody's willing to donate them hours, we think that they should be allowed to, because it's their hours. They've earned them. And so those were some of the things that we had issues with the policy that we wanted to really address. Now, the other things, we're more than agreeable to talk about adding the specificities in there if you guys would like to have that conversation. But I know the two pieces that we really want to talk about with the policy were what I had just addressed.
The 200 hours.
Not the 200 hours,
15 days.
the 15-day wait, and being able to donate to employees that have been employed less than a year.
Okay.
And we understand that that would require a change in board policy to reflect what we agree upon here. But the board policy doesn't necessarily trump CBA. Well, it doesn't trump CBA when you have, this is a benefit, so it's part of their wages, hours, and working conditions. And so whatever we decide here at the table would need to be reflected back in this policy with the board policy. If we do make changes, which we would like to make changes to that, to make it a little bit less restrictive, not taking all the restrictions away, but those two restrictions in particular. Oh, thank you. And so, with a policy, the board can change a policy, kind of at a whim, within their guidelines to change. And when it's codified in the CBA, which it should be, because it is part of wages, hours, and working conditions with a benefit, it can't just be changed. It has to come to the table. And so we feel that sick leave transfer of hours needs to be codified in the contract.
The sticking point when we brought it to the table in the past was always we wanted the time to be able to be returned to the employee, and they weren't sure that they were able to do that or how they could do that. And obviously you have figured out how to do that. And that was the biggest sticking point for us to be able to get it into the contract language. Again, it's been proposed a few times at the bargaining table.
But I don't think it has been finalized. So, for example, when you read this, it says that if multiple people donate, that unused time will go back. How and in what form? So is it an equal percentage for each person? Is it based, so if I donate 10 days, you donate 5, and Stephanie donates 2, and there's days left over, who gets what? That's not codified.
How do you do that in policy?
We don't.
Well, I thought Brian said that they get it back. Did I miss?
For an
him?
individual, but for multiple individuals, there's missing language. I personally don't care. I'm going to be honest. It's earned time. There's no impact to the district other than labor of having to process this.
Mhm.
The requirement for at least somebody to be employed for more than a year, quite honestly, makes a lot of sense as from the employer's perspective, that you don't have employees who know they're not going to return in a subsequent year and then all of a sudden want to donate their time to someone else. So I think there's an opportunity to discuss that further and put parameters around that. I think we would be receptive to that. I don't have any issue with increasing the cap. I think, however, the requirement that somebody has exhausted all their leave would have to stay. I don't see a single
We agree
district
with that.
nationally
We agree with that.
who would allow for somebody to gain access to sick leave bank. It's a workload issue. I'm gonna be honest with you. This creates an additional burden on staff to have to track and manage this. I would actually ask you guys to go back and come up with a recommendation. If there are multiple people who contribute days, whether it's equitable number of days or an inequitable number of days, how do you propose we return that?
Well, if it's.
Is it prorated?
I
Is-
believe, now, this is kind of how I had envisioned it, was that it would be in the order in which the time was donated. So like if 3 people give time to Jason, if I gave him time first and he exhausted all the hours that I gave him, he moves on to what Brian gave him, but then he doesn't use what Heather gave him.
Sure, but that assumes that it happens in succession, right? What I'm getting at is what happens if you put out a broadcast email or a school is trying to be responsive to an employee who is dealing with cancer,
Mhm.
right? And is going through different types of chemotherapy. And we know, so collectively, the whole school,
Mhm.
everybody donates 5 days. How then are days returned? I think there needs to be a discussion about that.
But I think, I agree with the discussion part, but I think based on what I'm reading here is that the employer decides. Your policy, it doesn't,
I don't think you want us to decide,
no, hang on, but because if you take a look at the language,
right?
this is a guideline. That's what this is. And when I'm reading it correctly, it says sick leave transfer. Any employee who wishes to transfer sick leave to another employee shall be able to do so within the sick leave transfer guidelines.
Right.
A guideline. So a guideline is unless this language conflicts, I haven't heard it yet.
Where are you reading that from?
Am I reading the right language?
No, I just wanted, is that policy or is that what you're presenting? I'm trying to.
This is
follow
in
along.
That's the school board policy.
I got it. I'm right here
So then we're trying to, I guess, line this up with policy. So I think,
with the guidelines.
I
got it.
I think we're talking about two different.
yeah, I think you
Okay,
guys
yeah,
are
yeah.
talking.
I'm trying to return leave. So
Yeah.
for
So in the
example,
event that you return leave,
if 10 people each donate 2 days,
Mhm.
you got 20 days. What if only 8 days are used? How am I returning that time to individual employees? Because again, think of it from the standpoint of an individual is sick.
Mhm.
The collective school says we're all going to contribute a couple days each to help support Mr. Hyde because he's going through chemotherapy. But only 8 of the 20 days are used. There's 12 days remaining in the bank. How are we sending those days back to 10
So-
individuals?
Well, I have,
Currently,
I
you
have
don't have a
I'm sorry.
currently you don't have a policy to address that.
I don't believe we do for multiple donators that
No,
happen
that's not in the board
simultaneously.
policy
So that
right
would-
now.
So is the
So
board
something-
policy, you only allow one person to donate?
Just says it goes-
I believe that's what's happened historically, but if you're going to open up the
Mhm.
language, address it.
No, yeah, no, and so I guess what I would see, and let me know if this is within the programming, because some of this is contingent upon what we can do with SAP and programming. But would it make sense if 10 people donate 30 days and 10 of those days are used up, that you split the 20, whatever the value is of those hours by those 30 people and give it back equally?
Well,
If that's what you guys would, if you're going to support
Yeah.
that, and we're not going to deal with complaints later on from individual employees saying, well, why were my 2 days expended and their 2 days weren't? I'm fine with that.
No, but that would alleviate that if you had, so it wouldn't be like a line, like even a timestamp, well, all my days left, but Jason got all his days back. You would say the 30 people that donated to that one person, any unused days, those hours would be divided equally among the people that donate.
I think we're going to have to spend a little bit of time creating different scenarios, and here's why.
Okay,
If collectively multiple individuals donate the same number of days, your process works seamlessly.
Mhm.
However, I donate 3 weeks, she donates 5 days, you
Yeah.
donate 2 days, who gets what back?
yeah,
I think that's where the rub
Okay.
comes.
yeah,
Which, how do we best address that? Because I don't want this to be perceived as an inequity.
yeah.
And the best solution for that is everybody's prorated,
Mhm.
right? So everybody's going to get back 60% of whatever they donated. So 60% of 2 days is what you get back, 60% of 3 days or 5 days, and 60% of the 10 days. The devil's in the details, and I'd rather us address it now
Okay.
and get a
Yeah.
solution on the paper, because, and it could just happen once in the next 5 years, but it will happen.
Well, I guess where I'm still confused is you have a policy, an existing policy. And so somehow somebody must have thought about this issue under the existing policy. So what if not a single word went into the contract? How would you do what you're telling us you would have to do, whether it's in the contract or not?
First in, first out.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's the thing. The other thing you could possibly do is limit the number of days that anybody can give at any one time, so that you're not tracking as
Yeah.
much as you're talking about. A minimum, you have to donate a minimum of 3 days and a maximum of no more than 8. And I'm just making up numbers so that then we're not having 3,000 hours be donated at one time.
Problem
and
is
then-
you're contradicting your whole request for language.
Yeah.
because Now you're putting restrictions on what.
I wouldn't want to.
Well, I'm just as an example, I'm not
understand.
proposing, but I'm just saying somewhere along the line, when you put a policy, this is going to happen, whether you have it in contract or whether you have it in policy. This information would have to be figured out anyway, no matter what, because you're going to have that happen. You're going to have some beloved employee get very ill and have a ton of people want to donate.
So
Someone donates hours to someone else.
The,
Do you have to sign anything saying I'm donating my hours to this person?
There's a form, yes.
And so does that form on there where they're signing say donating your hours means that there's a potential that you will not get any hours back from your donation?
well, the contract says that.
After agreeing to donate leave, I cannot request that the donated leave be returned or refunded to my leave balances.
The current language.
That's the answer.
We've not faced a situation where we've had
First in.
multiple contributors donate simultaneously. So first in, first out works if it's happening in succession.
Right.
I don't know that we faced a situation to date where we've had a collective group of people say, we're all going to donate days, because that's where the conflict comes. And, you know, if you just want to gamble and say, we'll deal with it when the issue arises,
well,
I'm not
what
comfortable with that.
what might make sense in is to have kind of those two situations laid out then, you know, if situation A, if you have
Multiple.
a multiple donor group versus a single, then it is one in, one out. That probably makes the most sense. But if it's a multiple donor,
Well, who's on a sick leave bank committee to begin with?
me, Barry, Tony.
Just put language in there, kicks it back to them, and then you guys have to.
I agree because, you know,
Yeah, yeah,
I agree.
that actually might make the most sense.
If there were a way for me to give you control
Yeah.
over sick leave management and we wouldn't have to touch it,
Yeah.
it'd be yours.
Yeah.
We only get involved because we are the processing group.
Yeah.
We're the entity that controls payroll and leave balances.
Mhm.
If there were a way to automate the system and just give you complete autonomy to manage your sick bank, give it to you. Because it would be a burden off, a relief for our team. So I think, quite honestly, you kick it back to the sick leave committee, just as you would for somebody who's requesting access to the sick leave bank above and beyond what they may already have access to.
And I like that idea.
Yeah, I mean, because the policy, there's a language that already suggests that the person can't ask for the leave
Yep.
back. And so it's really no different than me donating 5 days to the sick leave bank anyway. I can't ask for it back. And so,
You're not
Any
expecting
leave
it
that's-
back at that point.
right.
So this language doesn't conflict with the current policy.
Okay, so in other words, if I donate 10 days and the person I donated it to does not end it, the days go into the sick leave bank.
No,
No. It would just go, so in the case of a multiple donor group, so if we all got together, this, and actually we should just put it in contract then, if they get a percentage of their time back.
Well, you'd have to calculate the percentage because it's going to vary, right? So depending on number of people donating and number of days individually donated. So that's why I'm thinking we can't put it in here. It makes more sense to, in the case of time, unused donated sick leave time, that it will default back to the committee to determine how to return,
Yeah.
how to redistribute those days, something to that effect.
One thought, devil's in the details.
Mhm.
So he gives 3 days, you give 2, she gives 5, but then when we're done, we're all going to get the same commensurate value. I think we got to be careful of that.
Well, they won't.
Well, no, that's that's the percentage fixes that. So I would get 60% of
Based
5
on the
days.
total days
He
you
would get
contributed.
60% of 3 days. She would get 60%.
They're gonna have
of
to
2
calculate
days.
the math, but then they'll be able.
But then that would be the sick leave bank committee.
You can also give employees the choice to just leave the days and let them roll into sick bank. You could always make that an option as well.
Well, I don't know. I'm different, but this has never happened in the past. So if it has, have you guys handled it? We don't know. Is that?
It's happened to me in the past, which is why I'm bringing it up.
Gotcha. I understand. I totally dig that. I totally understand that.
Actually, sick leave committee makes the decision, but they gave a prorated percentage back
Mhm.
because we did have several people dealing with long-term cancer issues.
So then,
That's how it currently is.
It says it'll go back.
So I was gonna say,
I want to try to put this up and
All before, we never got.
write something out.
Never got the time back when we donated it.
When you donate to an individual, you got your
Right.
time back if it was unused, correct? That's your current, that's current.
Mhm.
So if I
But in the
donate
case
10
of-
days, but you only use 6, you got 4 days back.
Yeah.
I got 4 days back.
But in the case of a multiple donor,
I haven't donated in many years, but no, I didn't get any time back.
Well, no, let me clarify. When
Okay.
donating to the sick bank,
Right.
you don't get any days back. When donating individual to individual, any unused leave comes back to you, correct?
yeah, because it can't be part of their terminal pay.
Correct, because we
So
can't,
it would return to
we
you.
can't add it to their,
Trying to remember. No.
donating to the bank is different than donating to an
No, I
individual.
Yes.
donated to my sister.
Those days are just gone.
If she had unused time, it should come back.
family members different than the whole employee to employee.
Right, that's what I know,
Yeah.
but I'm just
Yeah.
just thinking, now that's,
The family for
we
years.
had family,
years.
right, but that's what I'm saying.
But if her
But I'm
sister
just
didn't
saying-
use all the leave she donated,
I'm
did
just
she get it
saying-
back?
I don't think so,
Yes,
but then I don't know.
She should.
should get it.
Should have.
Yes.
I just don't know.
Yeah, you should have.
It's been,
Because, well, back then
Yeah.
you were dealing with everything.
yeah,
Two sisters.
I have no clue.
Yeah, you should have.
Two
How
sisters.
does that-
So, so with what we, to kind of bring us back, with what we proposed, the only thing that would be kind of outside that we would want to maybe address would be in the case of a multiple donor
I didn't think it.
group. Because right now, the current language falls in line with what the policy is, you know,
Family member?
The exceptions.
with,
What exception? How many exceptions?
so
Things
there,
that we'd left out.
the 200-hour cap,
Yeah,
the
the
no 15-day
15-day.
minimum,
And
you
those
have to
are
exhaust all the.
The 1 year, less than a year.
policy, right?
I didn't think it.
Yeah, those are all in policy.
Those are in policy. And how do those?
Another thing I made a note of here, team, was there's no mention of how it's used.
Mhm.
You know, we get to how you donate it. No, nothing on the other side. for
Well, but
how-
I think
how
that's
it's
a-
used.
I mean, it doesn't matter if they're out of leave, if they've exhausted it.
I think respectfully, look at the policy. The use of the leave says it's not eligible for use until they've exhausted their leave.
Mhm.
They've
Which we would
donated
agree with.
hours for
Vacation and
appropriate
sick.
use.
Mhm.
And the date of the request for leave from the sick leave bank shall not be applied retroactively. Donated hours may not be used for personal leave with pay for establishing continuity eligibility in the sick leave bank.
Mhm.
Donated hours used to supplement bereavement leave for death of a family member as defined in subparagraphs not eligible for that. Donated leave shall have no value for terminal pay.
Yeah.
And there was another piece in here I thought about maternity and paternity.
Cannot use it.
So
Yeah, we
why?
cannot use it for that.
Why?
Why?
Outside.
Well, we can change that because that's really dumb.
But I think,
Because,
but that's the.
but yeah, so I guess that's the whole point is that we have a policy that affects benefits that really
But
needs
what
to
if
be
you have
negotiated
somebody-
here. Because really stuff in that policy, while we agree with a good bit of it, you know, if I'm donating leave to Kat because she needs pay during her maternity leave, she shouldn't have to exhaust FMLA because FMLA is an unpaid leave.
I'll cite it right
Okay.
from policy. Absences during normal routine pregnancy or procedures deemed not medically necessary will not be eligible for donation. So it's not deemed medically necessary. I think that's the.
So if it's a
correct.
complicated
Yeah,
pregnancy,
right.
then you can.
Correct.
But if it's just.
Well, but
a
why are we
normal-
cutting hairs?
Correct.
Pregnancy is a pregnancy. So,
Have the 60 days of FMLA,
but FMLA is unpaid.
not necessarily for
Necessarily,
sick time.
Well, but then you exhaust your sick time. If Kat's willing to donate me 2 weeks because I need 2 more weeks on my maternity leave, why shouldn't she be able to donate leave? It's her leave.
But at the
That's what I'm saying. Like
at the
some of
point
these.
You're inactive and you've exhausted to no pay, then you can have the donations kick in. And then you're coming along.
So if there's a medical,
To no pay first.
Yeah, I shouldn't have to go into.
I
no
don't
pay
want her to
first.
have.
I don't want to go
her
into no
have
pay
time
first.
with her baby.
It's just the counting of the FMLA when the FMLA starts.
Correct.
Yeah, but I mean, FMLA starts from the day, whether I have leave on the books or not. So like, actually, I'm a perfect example. I had 6 weeks of sick leave built up when I had my son, but he was 5 weeks early. And so I ran out of leave after 6 weeks. I had 6 weeks of leave built up. And so if Kat wanted to give me 5, if she had 5 weeks sitting around and she wanted to give them to me, why shouldn't she be able to give them to me?
Because you're extending your federal benefit, which is
No, because I still have 12 weeks of FMLA.
Terminate. And so essentially, we'd have to find out, and this is going to require Wes to do a little bit of due diligence. You'd have to forfeit FMLA at that point and then transition over to sick bank. Just follow me for a second. We're going to have to do some research on the legal side because once you go into FMLA, there are some specific restrictions and requirements that have to be adhered to. That's not our decision.
Yeah.
That's a reality of FMLA. And so FMLA has, as I said, very explicit requirements. I would like our legal team to look at that. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I could care less how you use sick bank.
I guess where I'm just kind of confused is that if I had 12 weeks of pay built up and I go in FMLA, I am on FMLA, but I would be paid because I have 12 weeks of sick leave.
Right.
So I guess where I'm getting hung up on is why does it matter where the hours are coming from? Because FMLA doesn't stop or start. If I take the 12 weeks and Kat transfers.
Well, that makes sense. I need a legal opinion.
Okay.
on that.
And I think the policy, if you read it, says something, if there's some uniqueness to the pregnancy, some complication.
Absences during normal routine pregnancy or procedures deemed not medically necessary.
So if there's a
Will
medical,
not be eligible.
so if there's some, I'm assuming there's some complication or some necessity, then they can tap into the donated bank time, right? That's a requirement.
Who determines the medical necessity? The doctor?
It's built, the doctor, and some of it is built into the
Is that just
statute.
for people transferring to like non-family members?
It says the recipient must provide documentation from the treating physician of the illness, accident, or injury for which leave is needed. Absences during normal routine pregnancy or procedures deemed not medically necessary will not be eligible. So it is the doctor, it is a treating physician that's going to be.
Right.
Is that definition of medically necessary by the state statute?
So what I would suggest, because this seems to be a little bit more complicated than I think we were anticipating with this policy.
Yeah.
So why don't we,
But there seems to be 2 parts here.
yes, there is 2 parts. Go ahead.
Okay, there's 2 parts here. I agree about the due diligence because I think we just traveled down a rabbit hole unnecessarily. But let's just do due diligence on that issue just to find out what the trivia quiz answer is. On this one, if the language being proposed here in front of you, okay, doesn't contradict or conflict with the policy, then I think both marry themselves quite well. In other words, you can have contract language that might be a little bit on the broad side, but then the policy or your policy may enhance the language, in other words, be more specific, right? And that's what I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Because if nothing is being proposed here contradicts your policy, then I don't see the issue. If what you're actually saying is, okay, I see what you got here, it's a bit on the broad side, I want the specifics codified in the contract, then you need to make that proposal. My preference is that you not. And again, if you read the language, this is a guideline. So that's how I'm reading it. So if I read the guideline, then if there's some ambiguity, even in the part that says unused leave will return each other, blah, 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 I'm going to then default to the policy. So you go to your contract, I read the sentence, multiple donors, it's a bit ambiguous. Then my next part of the analysis is, what does the district policy say? And that's usually more specific, and that adds the clarity needed. Only if it contradicts, as Trump does, only if it contradicts, only if there's a contradiction, does the CBA Trump policy.
to the benefit of the employee.
To the benefit,
Yes.
to the benefit of the language of the contract.
My whole,
But hang on, I want to hear what.
So 2 things. I agree with we need to get a legal review of the FMLA because I think that could be a situation that we would arrive at. And I also think we need to put back on the table of how we would handle multiple donors. I think that would be something we could modify.
I think we could do that. I'm going to be honest with you. Give it to the committee. We don't need to assume that responsibility. Give it to the committee.
Sick leave bank
Give
committee.
it to the sick bank committee.
Because then it could be dealt with situationally as
Correct.
it would arise.
And it doesn't put the burden.
Those
on the-
situations are not going to be
The only thing I would ask is that in the language, it should defer then to the policy. If you're not going to explicitly state and reiterate the policy here
Yes.
conditions, then you need to explicitly state in here that it's defaulting to board policy. Because those are the expectations. You have to exhaust your leave, you have to do those kinds of things. We did find, just so you understand, there's one other area that may need to be addressed. There is a difference because of timing, when these things were created, however the issues are. For example, if I were to donate to Stephanie, I would get my unused leave back automatically. However, if Stephanie and I are related and I give her leave, it says in the family donation, I do not get that. That's inconsistent. And I don't understand why that policy would exist that way, other than historically, we just never went back and reviewed it. So I would make a recommendation, either let's try and bring them both into alignment. It's either or.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to want leave returned. So.
So it's probably unreasonable to have Wes look at this before Thursday.
He can look at the FMLA. And actually, I know somebody else I can call.
Okay.
Who's very knowledgeable in FMLA. We can work through that. There may or may not be an issue.
Okay.
And quite honestly, the simplest solution is they make a donation to sick bank and sick bank handles it all together. But let me see what we
Okay.
can find out.
So let's see if maybe we can talk about this on Thursday then. See if
Yeah, we should bring it back.
Okay, let's bring it back on Thursday. Let's get an
So
opinion.
just so I cover a summary again, we want the proposed language to default back to board policy where explicitly there are conditions that have to be met.
And that's.
Unless we're gonna write it out, unless we're gonna be specific in language.
I had pages here where you can say as outlined by.
It's 4430.03.
And you automatically get a reopener if board policy changes and you find a contradiction there anyway. So you have a reopener.
Mhm.
The second one is we want to align family donated leave and employee donated leave. And we need to, and thirdly, we need to add a passage in there that says that unused leave in the case of multiple donors will default back to the
Sick leave
sick
bank.
leave bank committee to make a determination as to how to return unused leave. And then the fourth one is the FMLA, and hopefully we can have an answer for that.
Okay.
So I guess I have a question. And the answer may be, we all think it wouldn't happen, but I've lived long enough to know that things happen. What if the sick leave bank decides, well, we're not just going to put it into the sick leave bank is running low. And so instead of taking 2 days away from everybody, we'll just roll that time over into the sick leave.
Where do the policies live for sick leave bank?
I
But
actually don't think.
I would argue that
And
they
then-
couldn't do that because the policy they're
Yeah.
enacting
Okay.
has to go.
And
back.
then I guess the next question I have is, does the sick leave bank have the right to, because sick leave bank currently has the right to deny requests for sick leave. Do they have the right to deny this?
No.
I think we'd be.
No, not.
So I'm just saying
Language.
it's just, all I'm saying is,
Donated.
Great
It's
point.
only going back.
I'm just saying it needs
to-
if we're talking about what
Yeah.
needs to be codified is to make sure that we understand the difference between the sick leave bank request for sick leave
Mhm.
and sick leave donation. That's all. I'm just
Yeah,
want
the only job is a return
to
mechanism.
make sure that they're two
Okay.
different.
It would be.
But that would be, and maybe I'm misunderstanding how you guys do sick leave, but in every district I've ever been in, we have a place on sick leave bank committee simply from a processing standpoint. We don't have a decision-making vote
The
there.
decision-making process here.
We don't.
Oh, no, yes,
No, in
it's a
this
joint
district-
committee.
Your team should.
In this district, because it's not just a member benefit, it is an administrator, management can also be part of the sick leave bank in this county.
But we should be managing that bank separately from other employees.
No.
The NUG group, the non-union group should have their own sick leave bank that you guys are not influencing at all. We manage that completely separately.
No,
And they're not, they're,
that's not.
They're
all
together.
one-
No, we need to have a conversation.
they're all. co-
Because I'm gonna be honest, we're assuming a liability with you and your group that we don't have any business assuming. Sick leave bank is a function of the union. We simply serve a sub-function of processing sick leave. We establish parameters that make sense so that we make sure that employees are protected, that their leave balances are protected, and that we have processes and procedures in place. But from a standpoint of like NUG group shouldn't be in that. There should be two separate sick leave banks. I mean, I've been in districts where there's 4 sick leave banks, committees, because one was for paraeducators, one was for educators, one was for custodial clerical. and then one was for administrators. So I'd like to have a sidebar with my team and come back Thursday with maybe some other topics for this, because
Well, that's why I had questions when you're saying defer, because that's different.
because procedurally, you guys should be managing this.
Yeah.
So it's just, we have to process it. It's a workload issue for us. It shouldn't be a decision-making issue for us, other than meeting the qualifications to qualify.
It's a conservative group.
All right.
But maybe it's time.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to split those groups up, because
It may take a little bit of time. It reminds me of the activity pay.
The spaghetti bowl.
Spaghetti.
Okay, so we will come back to this on Thursday. Okay, awesome.
Tell me is it 4430.03?
4430.3.
Yeah.
And it would also be 3430.03
It's for the
for
different groups.
non-instructional.
Wait, hold on. 4430.03 is the general.
It's support, but it's 34.
Wait,
I'm sorry, thank you.
33,
It's
30.
instructional.
3430.03 would be instructional.
Okay, one more time.
It's the same number, you just changed the three.
yeah.
The first four, if it's a 4, it's not instructional. If it's a 3, it's instructional.
so there are two different board policies for instructional and non-instructional.
Yes.
And
But
for
we have one
administrators.
common bank.
And for
Yes.
Yes.
Point made.
Yes.
Yes. No.
All right. Yeah. The next one is actually, I think, probably fairly straightforward. These are a couple of articles in the para CBA. They all pertain to sign language interpreters. It's really just updating some of their titles and some of the language that's outdated. I did not make copies. I had emailed. It's para 2, para 9, para 13. Para 2, para 9, and para 13. Oh, and sorry, para 19.
9, 13.
Yeah, there's 4.
Where we're starting.
So I was just going to start with para 2. So in para 2, on the second page, actually, I have just a question. When, at least with the version that I have, it goes from 2.12 CDAT to 2.14 FRID, and there is no 2.13. So Laura, I was going to ask you if, and I couldn't find where it had changed, where the 2.13 had gone away. And where it had been maybe just maybe a misnumbering at some point. So we can fix that misnumbering. Because I think it is probably just a misnumbering at this point.
I haven't had a chance to check.
Because it also happens with 2.15, there is no 2.15. And so, but with 2.14 currently, the way we have it, and this is all, so Gina is right behind me. She's our sign language interpreter on our team. And she brought these changes to us that needed to be updated. So right now, the FRID, we are wanting to strike through FRID, the EIE, and the RID, because those are no longer valid tests or registries. And we want to just call this sign language interpreters. And so we would be keeping the EIPA, the Educational Interpreter Performance Assessment, the QA, which is the Quality Assurance, and the NAD RID. So we're striking National Association of the Deaf, Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, and it's actually called National Interpretation Certification, but the National Association of the Deaf, Registry for Interpreters of the Deaf.
So NADRID is all gone?
Yes.
That acronym?
Yes.
So we'll strike.
Yes.
the acronym.
Yes.
Stephanie, we're also taking out QA.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. So we do need to strike through QA too. I missed that one.
She's helping.
Thank you, Gina.
You're welcome.
Let me actually do that in my copy now.
Is EPA national or state?
EIPA, that's state.
Maybe we should,
But you can, I think it's valid in,
cross the state.
yeah, I would just do it.
Okay.
How it is.
So QA is stricken through. Okay, so who has, do you have 2 open in the share drive? Close it out.
Oh,
That's right.
Okay. And so that's it for Article 2, just the striking through the old stuff and renaming. So that's pretty benign. And then, sorry. Q. All right, and then Article 9 in the para. So in 9.1, putting the title of sign language interpreter.
Stephanie,
Yeah,
question. Can I
sorry.
go back just real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a point of clarification and transparency. So I know we're talking about the resolution of 213, 214, 15,
Mhm.
specificity of the sign language pieces. When we sign in a moment, we're not going to sign off on all of Article 2, right? Because I still have items I want to bring back.
Oh, okay, then let's wait. So we can
Just address.
we can initial next to,
Right.
but we can, when we do the whole article, that's fine. So I'll just make a note that you guys are okay with,
I have C that stuff.
okay, that's fine. So then we won't TA,
All right.
we'll wait till you bring Article 2 stuff.
And it's C that specifically. That's
Okay.
what we're talking about.
And then, so I think it's the 213 and 215, we can renumber that because I think it's just a renumbering issue. And so 214 would become 213. And 216 would be 214. 217 would be 215. And 218 would be 216. So I'll just make a note that this part is we're in agreement. And then when Brian and your team brings back the stuff about CDATs, we can TA together. So do you want to use, so I guess when you're making your proposal for CDATs, just use our Word document so that it's all
We're happy
there.
to do that.
It's perfect.
And I don't have any other revisions or discussions except for 212. So
Okay. All right. So then we'll look at Article 9 for paras. So the very first one is titling it sign language interpreters, because that's who this is aimed at in this first part. And so Gina went through and we have a lot of this stricken through now because it's referring to the old test and stuff that's not relevant anymore. And so we are proposing to add employees hired on or after December 1st of 2009 as non-certified or non-credentialed full-time interpreters will be assigned to pay grade SL00 for a period of up to 2 years from the date of hire. During the 2-year period from the date of hire, the interpreter must pass the EIPA or the RID NIC test and forward the results to the ESE lead sign language interpreter or designee. At the end of the 2-year period, a non-credentialed interpreter who fails to obtain credentialed status on any of the aforementioned organizations tests will be reassigned to a paraeducator position for which he or she is appropriately qualified.
You sure you got that right?
Huh?
You all may want to look at that.
Because
Do you intend to summarize the old language or were you totally changing?
So Gina. I'll let
Sure you got it right.
yeah,
Yeah.
Check your SLs.
What we needed to do was just kind of make it clearer because a lot of it had to do with.
That's not what I'm referring to.
can you help us out and direct the conversation to where
Specifically.
I'd be negotiating against myself.
Yeah.
then can Brian do it?
All right, so then let's table it.
You got it. I heard it.
Hang on a second. Go ahead.
So hold on.
Currently, they give you 2 years to get a credential. If you don't get a credential within 2 years.
Not worried about that.
Is it the SL01?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah.
What is it?
Okay.
O versus O.
Yeah.
You locked him in for 2 years at a lower pay grade when you don't need to.
Yeah. Did you see that?
What?
SLO. SL01 versus
Says that they'll put them, bring him in at SLO for a period of up to 2 years. I don't disagree. What the language needs to say is that at the time at which they passed their test, they would move to SLO1, which is what the previous language said. So again, I'm bargaining against myself, so I'm trying to move them.
Thank you for being
So
honest.
here's the thing though, like they would start off as an SLOO. And
Correct.
let's
Yes.
just say they got whatever score they got, they could potentially move up to an SLO3.
Sure. So, but you want to reflect that in here, that
I see.
upon completion, they will move to the appropriate level. And that's just simply stated that way. It's just, I don't want you to feel like you're locked. I could tell you, I know HR directors that would read this black and white and say, you're stuck for 2 years.
I see. I think what we were just trying to get around was the fact that if an interpreter does not test.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah,
You did great there.
yeah. But I.
I fully support what you did. I want to be fair to our employees. I'll argue both sides of the table. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So then Gina, help me out with that part.
Or non-certified.
So really, it should say upon completion.
Or non-credentialed full-time interpreter will be assigned to a pay grade of SL00, and then we can put period. And then we can say, I don't know how to say though, you only have 2 years. Like,
No, it would say, so during the 2-year period from the date of hire, the interpreter must pass, blah, 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 blah. So instead of at the end, well, we kind of need to add a sentence then. So upon completion of the aforementioned test, the sign language interpreter will be moved to the appropriate pay grade. Because all the pay grades have different thresholds of testing.
Not just completion, but they have to pass.
Yeah,
That's what
upon completion or upon passing.
Yeah, you have to pass to get
Yeah.
something.
So upon,
completed it.
yeah. Give me my pay grade. So upon, so with okay, hold on. Here, I'm going to move this over and turn the.
Well, you're Canada. Sorry.
Okay.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Thinking about.
It's my first meeting. Okay. Move side.
I have another dialogue. We can have it while she's doing that. So maybe we need to wait.
This week.
What just happened?
So I can get internet.
I've never seen that
I
screen
know,
before.
like, better work. I wanted you to be able to say whatever you were doing before I couldn't get much.
That's what I want. Work.
I never work on anybody's stuff and unless I give them the opportunity to save their stuff.
Okay, so what this says now, and I'll make this bigger to add clarity there. So employees hired on or after December 1st, 2009 as non-certified or non-credentialed full-time interpreters will be assigned to pay grade SL00. During the 2-year period from the date of hire, the interpreter must pass the EIPA or the RID NIC test and forward the results to the ESE lead sign language interpreter or designee. The sign language interpreter will then be moved to the appropriate SL pay grade that corresponds to their passing test score. At the end of the 2-year period, a non-credentialed interpreter who fails to obtain credentialed status on any of the aforementioned organization's tests will be reassigned to a para-educator position for which he or she is appropriately qualified. That makes the clarifier that they're not stuck there. You good with that?
Yep, now I'll ask my clarifying.
Okay.
First, the ESC lead sign language interpreter. Is that a designated position?
So that's what we've been talking about in the subcommittee.
Okay.
We're creating that job description.
That's kind of in the works.
Yes.
Anticipatory of what will come.
Network and then try to restart.
Second of all,
And see if that helps.
I'm
It doesn't.
inferring ESC lead sign language interpreter.
Right. It's real hard with the microphones online. They pick up every conversation that's going on. So if we could leave it to the people who are just speaking. So, Brian.
Trying to help Laura get a computer on.
Laura's dead in the water over here. ESC, that when we say that they'll provide the results, are they going to provide that to HR? And upon when we receive those results is when we're going to elevate them? I'm trying to get into.
So I know when.
I don't want time to pass like for
Yeah.
advanced degrees where, oh, we didn't get it, and retroed and.
So would it be preferential for them to just forward it to HR like they do any other, like advanced degrees or anything like that?
What happens though is when they test, they forward the results directly to the lead interpreter. The lead interpreter then verifies the results and forwards it to the person, the designee from HR or
It's
whatever.
Labor and Employee Relations.
Okay.
It's Director of Labor and
So
Employee.
that's the part that I needed to know about.
Yes.
So then it becomes incumbent on the employee to flip it over to employee relations, labor management.
Basically, yeah.
You have to request a reimbursement.
And clearly, what I want to say is we're not going to elevate until we have that. So if they're not timely or, oh, I forgot several months
If they
out.
fail to give it to lead interpreter, if they're taking their time doing it or whatever, then that's, you
You want
know.
to add that, as a paren, as a note?
I mean, that's just how with provisional subs, if they don't turn in their certification, we'd have no way of
Most
knowing.
interpreters know that once you test immediately when you.
Or
get
just
the
a
results,
quick clause about will be elevated upon receipt of.
Okay.
Like that, that goes a long
The
way.
sign language interpreter will then be moved to the appropriate SL pay grade that corresponds to their passing score upon after the receipt,
Confirmation.
after confirmation from employee and labor relations.
Yeah.
After.
This gives us a backstop.
Yeah.
From employee and labor relations. Okay. Okay.
Department, if you want to.
Huh?
Department, if you want to.
Labor Relations Department.
Shopsmith. Wordsmith.
HR division.
Okay. All right. The next part of 9 is striking through the temporary duty leave because that's moved to the first paragraph. It was just rearranging that.
taking out the Fred QA and then the EIE one.
Yeah. And then 9.3-1. We're striking through that first sentence. And then sign language interpreters may improve their job skills and linguistic knowledge by taking courses or classes offered at a college, university, or vocational center or virtually. And that was just making it a little bit more specific. And then part 3, adding in or funding source such as the Educational Interpreter Project.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? Is that a grant?
Go ahead, Dina.
Where are you still on 9.3?
I'm at 9.3-1.
Number 3.
Okay.
Is the Interpreter Project, is that a grant? What is that?
Yes, so they, so the interpreter project currently, like, they'll pay for half of, like, your, I think it's like courses or whatever, but they'll definitely pay for half of your testing or workshops or whatever, and then full courses. So both of them have to reimburse for the whole.
It makes sense to just say something to the effect of funding source provided by the Department of Education. So, because if we use that specific name and it changes next year, or it's an unfunded, we have to reopen. Is there a way to capture that a little bit more generically?
Grant or loan or funding source.
I
could say the Department of Education.
So we had or funding source such as the Educational Interpreter Project. Do you have that on there?
Yeah. Yeah, or a funding source such as the Educational Interpreter Project.
Okay, that's good.
Okay. And then in number 6, again, same, or a funding source such as the Educational Interpreter Project. That was it for 9. Those were all the changes for 9.
We're down here having a conversation, so I'll just do it in the open. On 9.31, the new language that you said, I just want to make sure sign language interpreters improve their job skills and linguistic knowledge by taking courses or classes offered at college, university, vocational center, or virtually. And then it goes on to say that we reimburse at the community college rate. Clearly, college and university is reimbursable. I'm trying to qualify vocational center and virtually. There are some college universities that have a virtual program. Are we saying vocational center is out of this for reimbursement? And virtually is kind of right now wide open because not all, it doesn't specify like a post-secondary virtual option. It just says like a virtual PD kind of thing. So
I believe Gina can speak to the intent of that.
Are you talking about taking
Yes.
classes?
So like virtually where Brian's having a sounds like, is it virtually is very broad.
Not just I
Yes.
watch.
And so like virtually could be anything.
So
Unaccredited
I think
institution.
what the intent of this was like, for example, UNF offers like a hybrid interpreting thing where you can take like 3 days a week or whatever it is, or 3 days a month or whatever, you go to actual classes and then the rest of the courses are online. So it's 3 days.
Could we put a
Then-
credit or district?
But it sounds like it's still an accredited program. So I think just taking out virtually kind of, because if it's offered through UNF or USF or anything like that, then it's still under that university or college.
Could we also put district approved? Because what if there's the district has something that they're offering internally, but it's
I'm
district.
good with that. And really where I'm going with this was I didn't want them to enroll in a virtual offering that wasn't going to be approvable or reimbursable. That's where I'm
And
going.
I think this is also referring to like a workshop that would be take virtually. So the presenter is signing the order, so like.
So then that would be like a district approved.
My concern is not everything might be accredited, but the district could approve it. as-
What I'm hearing, or district approved programs. Eligibility of those. I'll just say courses. No?
We should caucus on that.
Okay.
Yeah, we should caucus on that.
You see where I'm going now?
Well,
I don't want, it's vague to me because my concern was they'd be doing a virtual program that might not be as rigorous as what precedes it in the language, the other option.
You got me on that one. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
The district approved thing,
Yeah.
I don't like that. That's going backwards, the way I'm reading it. So.
And I just want to ensure rigorous and reimbursability, that's all.
Right, yeah.
Require folks to
It's not,
get it approved before.
Read that.
So this can technically be like,
Give me 1 second.
like a 1 day thing. So let's say an interpreter pays for like a workshop for 1 day to improve their skills, to take a certain thing on finger spelling, let's just say. So they do like a 7-hour workshop online with a presenter doing finger spelling and improving their skills. And it costs whatever it costs for that 1 day. So it could potentially be that as well, that you could be reimbursed for something like that. So I guess that was the whole virtual thing, but I
Read it after.
And this may all be resolved if you go to the next sentence after it, that's not new language, and it says that we'll reimburse the cost of tuition at the community college rate. So that's why I went back in the previous language, because the next discussion is I may have to have a conversation relative to what we're going to reimburse or not, and we're going to have to come back to the language. So that's really where I'm going, Wilfredo.
Right. And so I think hang on 1 second.
Let's do that in period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
No, that fixes for what happens.
No, that's what I'm saying. You take that out and just take out virtually and add in or vocational center period. I think that fixes it.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Okay, so I think what fixes your concern and is that, and then it kind of goes along with that other sentence that's already in contract, is just taking out virtually and saying or vocational center period. I think that fixes the concern.
Then we're,
And it still leaves it to where they're improving their jobs by taking courses,
I think that does it for me.
because the vocational center would also be accredited and would be eligible for reimbursement.
It kind of matches what's below.
Yeah.
I'm good. Thank you.
Use them.
Okay. So I'm going to save this and print 2 copies if we're good with that.
Printing it? Oh.
Yeah.
Laura, did you get an answer of educational interpreter project, what that was.
Yes.
Okay.
And take 50%. You wouldn't have to.
They refer to it as like an EG, so if it falls off.
Oh, I stole your chair, didn't I? Or I stole somebody's chair.
Mine. So I stole yours.
I stole somebody's chair. Sorry, I'm all over the place. And actually, the next one, while that's printing, is fairly easy. It's just titled. So in 13, para 13. In 13.4 rate of pay, it's just striking through interpreters, tutors for the hearing impaired and adding in sign language interpreters. And the same in 13.4-1. Striking through
You're right.
the old title and just doing sign language interpreters. That's the only changes in Article 13. Sign language interpreter.
Sorry.
Sorry, you're good.
There's something on 19.
No, I know. Oh, we're not at 19 yet.
Okay.
Certification.
Approve that section.
And Stephanie, all I was doing was checking our language of 9.1. That if there wasn't something I need to bring back and see that. I think I'm good there too.
Okay,
And see that was in Article 9 or section Article 9.
okay. So are we good with Article 9 then?
We're good. I can still do what I need to do in 2.
Oh, okay. So we're good with 9. Okay. So here's 9. And so so if you look at 13 real quick, because we can probably do these together. The only thing in 13 for sign language interpreters was striking through in 13.4 interpreters, tutors for the hearing impaired and calling them sign language interpreters.
Could we change that to minimum wage? Just the word minimum wage?
Wait, where?
846.
Huh?
The 846 in the first one.
Oh, gosh. Yes. Yes.
It's gonna change.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Where is she?
In 13.4. So para educator summer school salary shall be set at. So should we just say the Florida minimum hourly wage?
Yeah.
At least,
Which is going to be.
which is going to be
It's going
15.
$15.
Yes. But so actually I had a question about that. Actually, so hold on. If we're looking at this, no, not necessarily. So, sure. So should we just say with summer school, because the last couple of years we've done their regular hourly rate of pay for summer school. Should we just say that para educator summer school salary shall be their regular hourly rate of pay
Yes,
and be done with it?
yes,
Perfect. Thank you.
yes, here's why. You're not gonna get movement on salaries till July. So you're gonna have differentiated pay grades, so just to capture it that way is the best way to.
Okay. And then that way we don't have to touch it again.
Get funding allocation and.
Okay.
movement on,
Perfect. So so I'm going to change that now. Para educator summer school salary shall be set at their regular hourly rate of pay.
Jason. Good with that?
Yeah, yes. I was just still stressing over the $15.
Don't worry, Jason. We'll work through this together. So we'll be set at their regular hourly rate of pay.
Relative to our MOU. Yeah. Remind me.
I haven't seen the latest.
I mean, with adjudicated youth assistants, since they are para educators, should we just strike through that sentence because they're in the para educator contract?
Sorry.
The second sentence with adjudicated youth assistants. If we're paying them at their regular hourly rate of pay, it doesn't make sense to differentiate that.
No, you can just say their regular.
Just strike through it.
Their current rate of pay is their current rate.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. I'm striking through that as well. All right. Perfect. So the ones that are on the printer, Kev, rip those up and I'm printing the new ones. Yeah,
Are you printing up 19?
13,
13.
not 19.
It's coming.
Okay.
13, sorry. No. Didn't realize they were stapled together. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm gonna start the Article 9 TA.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Dr. Keith.
And go ahead and staple both of these on the back. Yeah, my son. This one.
Oh, this is a nice one.
I know.
Which one rings or buzzes? Either happy or joy. No, I haven't seen this one yet. Yes, talk to Wes about this.
Or all right, and so and then in 19.
I'm just signing that. So 19, I need to hear Why did we lump LPNs in if this is?
Because they were lumped in to begin with. They were, that was part of the original language. And so we were
Were they
just,
giving every year of credit previously, Brian or Jason? Or did they cap? So my understanding is we typically have done 2 for 1 up to 5 for certain positions, but I don't know this one. So I don't.
so the reasoning, the rationale behind this was because sign language interpreters and LPNs are like service providers that have very specific experience in their.
No, I know it's in there. I'm just curious, did we cap LPNs previously at a maximum number of years? So for example,
believe so.
administrative, anybody I hire is capped at 5 years
Mhm.
with certain exceptions. So was that the case here?
I don't believe
No,
so.
not, and even like in the teacher contract, if they have transferring
teacher
years of
one, they get year for
experience,
year.
it's the same. So that kind of mirrors the.
I just want to
same
make sure we're not
practice.
exposing ourselves to prior employment history that all of a sudden now we're going to be on the hook for payment for. So if that's been a practice all along that we not gave them year for year, I don't care. But if we capped them previously at a maximum of 5,
That has not been the practice in our contract.
We wouldn't cap. I think what we want to make sure of is, I think this is leading toward a 2 for 1 versus a year for year,
Mhm,
which the old language was experience credit only for prior employment, which is
mhm,
fine.
mhm.
It doesn't qualify 2 for 1 or year for
Yeah.
year. So that's the part I really want to make sure of, because this is now moving us for a year for year credit.
Well,
Employment in their field given 1 year credit for every year worked.
so this is for experience in their field for.
So if I was an
Yeah.
Canada nurse, if I was in
Yeah.
Canada hospital for 10 years and I
Yeah.
came to work for Polk, would I
You get
come
10 years of
in?
experience.
This would give you 10.
Yeah,
Does our current practice give me 10?
The current language gives you 10.
yes,
I believe that's
Yes.
correct.
So there's not a 2 for 1 cap.
Mm-mm.
That's what we're trying to check.
The 2 for 1 is in particular with when a para moves to the teacher
Another
contract.
group, I know for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, if we can confirm that, then I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
I just don't want to create an issue
Yeah.
where now all of a sudden we're $1 million in the hole
No.
because we didn't.
No, this should not have a financial,
I think
Or any-
you're all right. I think it's when we
Yeah.
move from one group to the other.
It's when you
Two
move
for
from
one,
the
but when you're within the
support
same
staff to the
range,
teacher.
year for year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because then if you'd have been 10 years of an LPN and you moved to a teacher, it would give you
Yeah,
2.
that's when you.
That's
need
what
the
I want to
2 for.
make sure that we do have in practice.
Yeah, no, that right now is the current practice. So this shouldn't have a financial,
For the purpose of placement on the
Impact.
appropriate salary schedule, payer educator will be granted up to 4 years experience credit from
Sorry,
military
1980, I
service.
apologize.
yeah.
Experience with credit for work as a secretary in public schools will be given year for year.
Mhm.
7-1 is teaching.
7-1 credit for previous teaching experience will be granted. I think it's year for year.
Yeah.
I feel like we're good.
So if you believe our current practice,
Yeah.
we're not going to have a financial.
We're good.
No.
Steph, look in appendix F.
And also 19.7
Hold on.
qualifies
Kara?
as year for year.
Yeah, it's occupational therapists.
Yeah.
Physical therapists.
Probably with the mic on, reappointment phone call.
Thanks, Kevin.
Sorry. Yeah, page 60, number 8.
So experience credit for new employees. Newly hired employees may receive credit for up to 10 years of documented work experience as a licensed OT.
For occupational and physical
PT.
physical therapy assistants.
Newly hired employees shall be moved 1 step on the salary scale for 2 years of documented full-time experience.
This is specific for OTAs and PTAs. So not anything else.
Okay.
So that's the only thing where we would have that in place. And actually, anyway. So yeah, so it shouldn't have the financial impact for this with LPNs and sign language interpreters.
Brian guaranteed it. I didn't.
Yeah. So then in right? So in 19.10-1, instead of who work after, we wanted to change that to outside of normal working hours because there are some times where they come in before their contracted time. And so we wanted to make sure that they were getting paid, not just for after their duty time, but if they needed to come in before their duty time, they were also getting compensated. In 1911, this is the first part's just a title change, striking
Can we
through.
go back to
Go ahead.
1910? And I'm sorry, can we call it their duty day or their assigned hours instead of their working, it's the normal working hours?
I don't,
Because duty days can vary. So if I'm a para at an elementary school versus a middle school versus a high school
so outside of their assigned duty day.
duty day, I don't know if we use that phrase here.
Mhm.
So I would-
Yeah.
And then the other question is for 1910-1, do we allow flex schedules ever? So if I needed to interpret.
Not for paraeducators.
We
Can a
used
para
to,
come in 2 hours later?
we used
Or 2
to,
hours later?
and then that was stopped.
Fair labor standards. they're
Fair labor standard about 5 years ago. The district
Because they're hourly
all
employees.
flex time.
So paraeducators and support staff can get comp time still.
Well, no,
Yes,
they don't.
Our contracts.
But you can
No,
flex.
but it's not given.
It's not given.
Well, it earned, I should
You
say,
can
not.
flex.
No, we don't.
Sorry.
Flex a duty, yeah.
For
So if my
teachers,
normal hours are from 8 to 4, and we say we've got a parent open house night, we need an interpreter. We'll let you come in at 10, you can work till 6, or you're in agreement. Why aren't we allowed to do that?
We used to do it, the district
Hang on,
stopped it.
I want to hear what they have to say on that issue. That's a great topic.
Well, no, I'm now I feel like I'm putting my team in a.
I'm just trying to understand. Under the Fair Labor Standards Act, we can flex.
Right. You can flex hours.
But I don't know where this not.
And you
I
can
don't
do
know where
comp
this-
time so long as they expend comp time within the 30 days in which it was earned.
We stopped doing comp time.
Stop.
It's a gray area.
All right, well, we did you, Bob.
Well, the problem too is, I'm gonna be honest, on our side, it becomes an issue because then there'll be an employee who feels like they were pressured to work and not earn the overtime. So, never mind, I never brought it up.
This is yours.
Forget I said anything. For all of you online, that was Jason Pitts who said that.
But just to put it on your radar, comp time does exist in the contract.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
There.
difficult to track.
Right. And so it's gonna come up because it's in the contract. It will come up.
No, there was a lawsuit several years ago in Orange County, and this is where it came from. I recall that. With comp time, secretarial comp time, and working through their lunch period. I remember.
But we have no control of the budget if there's carte blanche.
And there is provision in the contract here that if they forfeit their lunch, that we can have a flexible schedule.
Well, if they forfeit their lunch, they get paid for the 30 minutes. That's in the contract. Yeah.
That's where some of this.
Are we saying that we're going to enforce the comp time?
They may have scheduling for an alternate lunchtime or will be compensated the regular hourly.
So we just want to make sure, that we understand, because we want to double check with Stephanie. We're going to be enforcing the comp time language in the contract. And how you guys figure it out, don't figure it out, I would say figure it out. If you want to talk about it, we can do that. But after this is all done, if that language survives, we're going to enforce it because it's in the contract. The board voted on it, so did we. And so some of those folks should be getting their comp time. If not, then we need to be talking about other measures, right? But we're
I
going to
don't think there's any question. I thought we were currently adhering to it. The
We
question
remove all comp time.
Not from
No.
support staff.
Yeah.
Who's keeping the track? Is it in the system? Is it in SAP?
I don't think it's in.
It's housed, I think, at the specific work sites.
Right.
Because it says
Right
in the
now.
contract that the use of the time must be approved by the administrator
Mhm.
and used when it least impacts.
well, it has to be pre-approved as well.
Yeah.
And it has to be used within the school year.
It has to be, actually, federal law says you have to use it within 30 days of accrual.
I believe our contract states within the school year. If I'm
It has
not,
to be done within 30 days of accrual in order to
I
qualify.
didn't realize we.
And this-
We're going to have to look at that.
This contract language doesn't agree with the 30-day then, because this says
No, it
within a
doesn't.
year.
within the school year.
I'm going to read Article 210. Compensatory time earned in lieu of
Federal law
overtime is at the rate of 1.5 times per hour work. All other comp time is earned as listed in the specific article. Comp time must be used for the work site earned in the school year it's earned. Kind of be carried over from year to year. Must be approved by admin and used when it impacts students.
So you can always bargain above the law. You can't bargain below it. So school year is a benefit. So we'll do our homework as well, but
It has to be pre-approved. That's it.
right, it's in the CBA, but
The
yeah. Okay.
supervisor has to approve it. So on 1910-1, what I did was I struck through normal working hours. And so it would now read interpreters who work outside of their duty day, interpreting are paid at their regular hourly rate with a 2-hour minimum. And then in 1911, the first part's a title change, striking through interpreters for hearing impaired and adding sign language interpreters. And then we strike through or to recertify and adding credentials or certifications shall be reimbursed. And that is that's it for changes in 19. So we had changes in 19.5, which we were good with. And then with 1910-1, adding in, striking through normal working hours and adding in their duty day. Okay, that was what Fred had suggested. So we were good with that. And then are you guys okay with the title stuff in 1911?
Yes. They reviewed this previously.
Okay, so we're good. Okay. All right. So those were the only changes we had to 19. Were you planning on bringing anything for 19?
I'm good.
Okay.
And I just want to clarify 1910-1, we qualified or clarified what Mr. Hyde was.
Yeah, so it now reads, so I struck through after and I struck through normal working hours. And with the additions, it says interpreters who work outside of their duty day interpreting are paid at their regular hourly rate with a 2-hour minimum. So I captured that. All right. Okay. So I will print.
There are certain circumstances in which an employer may rearrange an employee's work schedule pay period in order to provide compensatory time in lieu of overtime pay. This can only be done when 2 conditions are met. The compensatory time is taken during the same pay period which the overtime work would have. So it's not a year calendar. And the employee is compensated for any lost overtime premium in the form of an hour and a half off for every hour of overtime they work. So if we were unable to give them compensatory time, they would get reimbursed because it's overtime. So I think we need to clean that language up because it's not a year.
So the statute trumps it.
Yeah, statute would.
Federal policy.
Yeah, the federal, so we could,
Okay.
pull it out. What do you call
But
it?
I can forward that to you.
Okay.
It's just, it was the only reason I know this so well is it was a point of litigation a number of years ago where someone turned around and said, I didn't get my compensatory time. And they kept a logbook of all these times they sat at their desk and worked through their lunch period. And the federal government came in and ruled against Orange County and said, yes, you must pay overtime for all that time.
Mhm.
No, that makes sense. I mean, if the federal statute is specific and bars it, great, but sometimes it doesn't.
But it just says
Yeah.
there's 2 criteria. So
So
we either have to pay you for it or we have to give you. So I know that many districts have said within 30 days rather than a pay period because that can get too tight.
Yeah.
But it's worth clarification. And the problem is, to Laura's point, we should forward that to you, but there was a memo sent out when?
2015.
February 1st.
2015 that said that all of that was to be eliminated. So we need to clarify that as well for all parties moving forward.
no, what does that mean though, actually?
Well, the memo went out saying that they said that we're not allowed to give comp time at all.
Means we're going to pay you for your hours work. We're not going to do it
Correct.
through comp
We
time.
just give you the overtime.
It's a benefit to the employee, comp time.
I agree. But since then, how many negotiations have we had? Because
Oh, I agree.
language has existed in the contract since then. So
I agree.
someone should have made the proposal to remove. So the memo doesn't trump the language.
No, we need to have the conversation though, because if we're not going to adhere to this memo that went out and we'll arrive at a decision as a group.
Gotcha.
Then I need to clarify for my administrators that this memo is no longer valid. I mean, we're not saying that this memo supersedes anything,
Okay, gotcha.
right? I'm just going to say, I need to clarify this because we put out a memo saying it's not to happen. And that may have led to some conflict and some confusion in our building.
And it was specifically about paying out comp time, not keeping necessarily comp time on the books. Because that's where the question was. If I leave tomorrow and I've got 40 hours still.
You got to pay me.
How are we going to pay? That's what that memo addresses. We're not paying out. We gave folks a certain time period, and then after that, we're.
But
most-
that wasn't an interpretation, Jason, because the interpretation around the district was that there would no longer be any comp time earned.
Well, I can see why people arrived at that.
Right, because we want to pay them overtime if they're going to, if they're.
But
we get a
there was
copy
no
of that?
overtime, no comp time, no anything is what happened from that memo.
Laura, can you send that?
We'll get to it.
Yes, it printed a blank, so I'm just writing blank page.
And if you remember too, that was back when you had to have, when you started work, you didn't have enough days to be able to take off Christmas and all that. We were doing that through
Right.
working comp time just to be able to,
I agree with that.
thank God we don't have to do that.
And Mr. Hyde?
I just don't make people work overtime.
Huh? Oh, no. He was saying Christmas.
Is it
Thanksgiving,
Christmas already?
or spring break.
I'm just wondering.
No.
The preacher said.
You're sowing,
Hey, I'm a good boss.
keeping the seed planted. So far, yes.
Thank you.
It's a-
You're good.
Yeah, I left it printed out blank, so I just wrote blank. So.
Okay.
And that one's for your copy.
No.
All right. Do we want to move on to board's rights in all three contracts? Article 31 and the teacher. That salaries, we're gonna be bringing,
All right, so
yeah.
30,
It'll all come with salaries, because that's a salary one.
Stephanie, we need to have a legal interpretation for
Okay.
31, please. So I did.
So you haven't gotten that yet?
I spoke to Mr. Bridges about it
Okay.
again today and asked him to get a summary. from
Okay.
me. The concern is, are we potentially putting federal allocations at risk if there were ever an issue?
Okay,
Because Florida, while Florida allows for medical usage of certain
prescription.
substances, the federal government does not necessarily recognize that, nor has Florida globally approved this. So Mr. Bridges has reached out to other school districts and found the same thing you did. There is no existing policy elsewhere, but he's reached out to external counsel to get us additional opinion on this before we move forward. If this moves forward, I will say we will bring back additional language that will trigger discipline for an employee. Because just because you have a prescription for something, if you're determined to be under the influence, we will treat you as if you are under.
We would agree with that.
Right, so we would have to define that here further, but I would ask that we defer this topic for
Okay.
another
Can you
meeting.
do that?
Well, and to add to this issue, one of the things that is happening currently right now is that the employer, I know you hate that term, sorry, I meant the district. The district, when a situation that arises, is automatically moving to some last chance agreement type of to the employee, right?
Second chance.
Whatever the story may be, but either way, the problem that we're crossing over is that it's a term and condition of employment. And so the contract is clear about that we get to negotiate the terms and conditions of employment. The district doesn't get to unilaterally then say, here you go, sign this. And so we're kind of doing our work on our end because that shouldn't be happening.
In reference to.
So for example, I'm just trying to protect some stuff. So for example.
We actually have a case study right now.
Right. So for example, if you have an employee A and medical marijuana is the issue, right? What seems to be happening is that the district automatically is providing some sort of second chance or last chance agreement. Correct. It says, here's the terms and conditions, X, Y, and Z. Well, we get to negotiate that. You don't get to just unilaterally do that because you're going to bump up against the contract. That's the first violation. And then you're going to bump up against PERC. That's the second one. At least that's found a specific opinion on that. So every single item to the term and condition needs to be, it must be negotiated. You can't just simply unilaterally implement it.
Now
we can-
I'll let you finish.
Yeah. So then the question becomes for us is then, because the employee has a right to be represented and that's negotiated. So the question for us is then what do we do with this case? In considering the policy that currently exists, the board policy, then the collective bargaining agreement, and we already know the collective bargaining trumps what your policy says, right? Where do we go with that? We can either file a grievance, we can file a ULP, we could do both, and let a third party sort of decide where we land there. But you don't get to unilaterally, at least that's our position, to simply say, here's your terms and condition employment going forward for the next year. That has to be negotiated.
I don't know that I agree.
I don't.
I don't know that that would be the legal, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know that that would be the legal opinion. Because there are certain behaviors that arise and go outside of that don't have to be explicitly negotiated, that are considered. For example, Florida is a drug-free workplace, period.
That's exactly right.
And so that's the premise. The law supersedes that regardless. And so I think by providing the second chance, there's an opportunity for the employee. We can discuss this. Like, I want a legal opinion because I won't subject. And I had this conversation with the team earlier today that none of us are in a position to negotiate policy or procedure that potentially could put the district in violation of federal or state policy. And so we have to be very careful about how we approach this. In addition to which, someone having a prescription and subsequently being identified, there's a reason they were identified, right? Smell, their eyes were dilated, whatever the issues are. The question becomes, are they under the influence? If they're under the influence, we absolutely have the right to escalate that issue.
I agree.
But outside of that, the person really shouldn't come to our attention. By and large, the vast majority of those substances, having come from a state that legalized marijuana, and I had to develop a policy around this, by and large, most prescriptions no longer rely on the THC component of that. So very few people have to physically smoke marijuana. If they do, they're using a vape pen or other things. And so there's elimination of odor and other things, but like gummies. So I'll tell you how Illinois addressed it. Illinois addressed it where they adopted what the Illinois Highway Patrol did. So they identified that if you were at or above a certain threshold in your blood level, that you were considered intoxicated just as if you were driving under the influence. So school districts adopted that and said, if your behavior, a colleague, a parent, your witness, there's an observation of your behavior, we would take you for the 6-panel screener, right? Which is the standard drug screening. You would be removed from your duties there. You would go with your union rep and go to a clinic or wherever we drug test here. You do the 6-panel screener. If you're positive for any of those, then you would do a blood draw. If you refuse the blood draw, you're terminated on the spot. Because at that point, we know you probably have used. So we have to be careful when we start talking about these topics, because again, there's also the potential exposure for us to forfeit some federal dollars. I don't see that happening, but there's always, but right now you have a Democratic leadership. If it shifts, you never know.
Right.
It could shift. And I shouldn't have made it political. I'm sorry, but we need to do our due diligence.
So just so you know, so when it's our position, I mean, we just need to maybe test it out through arbitration. When you say this is a term and condition, you do this, you do that, you do that. The contract is clear and so statute. Terms and conditions are subject to negotiation. So the terms and condition for you to work here is as follows, right? Regardless what triggered it, we actually may agree with you what triggered it, but the rest of it has to be negotiated.
And I think to a certain extent, you're right, except for the fact that Florida schools, in particular school campuses, are drug
work environment. And we don't have to do a second chance agreement.
That's
for the benefit of the employee. We can terminate.
Right. So we can let's table this.
Yep.
Let's come back.
Got it.
Let's have a further discussion. I would actually encourage you, Stephanie, through your group, to reach out to FEA and see what their legal opinion.
Well, I've already done that, and that's actually where this language came from. We had our outside counsel look at other states that actually use it recreationally, very similar to Illinois and other states, because this is where they've had time to flesh us out, because usually it starts medically with a prescription and then it moves recreationally. And so that's actually where this came from, was from some other states that our external counsel did some research with.
Yeah. So Wes is working on it. I hope to get something before the end of the week.
Okay.
I'll share whatever he shares with me. I don't have any issue with that, but I'll share with the whole team.
Okay. All right. So there's a few different ways we could go. I know that you guys had mentioned that you wanted to have some discussion around Article 6 in the teacher contract with teaching conditions, and so did we. We also, so we could have that now if you guys are ready with your side. I know we had been working on a few other things earlier this afternoon to finish that up, and Wilfredo had sent that over to you, like a revised copy that you guys got before you came here, which is really just surrounding committees. Everything else is stayed the same.
Walk me through, if you don't mind,
Go ahead.
6.3, new language C.
Okay.
I understand the part about teachers. I'm not saying I agree, I'm just saying I understand. But then it gets to the second or third sentence. Any non-classroom instructional staff is currently directed to cover a classroom for the entire student contact day will receive their regular hourly rate of pay for 1 hour for a single period coverage and 1.5 hours for a block period coverage.
That's actually what we decided to do with the MOU this year, because we ran into earlier when we signed the MOU that allowed classroom teachers to give up their planning period for pay. We ran into the issue where we had some school counselors, some deans, some media specialists, some testing coordinators, some of those non-classroom positions were being pulled their entire day. And they are in the teacher contract.
But they're already getting paid their hourly rate. So I'm just trying to.
So
understand.
because they didn't have that 45 minutes or that planning block, they felt it was unfair that they were being pulled from their duties for the entire day and not getting any time. Whereas the classroom teacher has their planning time and doesn't have to give that up. And so what the practice has been this year is when that came to our attention, Jason and I had worked on that, and that we were allowing any non-classroom teachers, if they were assigned for their entire day and they didn't get any planning time, that they also were able to access that pay. And so that captures that
But
agreement.
if they're assigned, Jason, help me, because I'm not understanding. If I'm a school psych and I get pulled for the day and I get told I have to cover a class, I get an assignable lunch and I get an assignable planning period. Why would I have to forfeit those?
My thought would be that the argument would be that I still have to go back and in the evening, take care of everything that I was supposed to be doing that day because I was subbing or covering. So in order to remunerate or make up that difference, that's the proposal.
Yeah,
of
that was
1.5.
But that's not what it says.
How are you reading it?
Because it says that they will get paid to receive it makes no mention whatsoever, just being reimbursed for planning time and or lunch.
Because it says the entire student contact day.
That's the
Right.
first qualifier.
So they're already getting
Sub
paid
all day long.
their hourly rate. I'm trying to help you. I'm not trying to hurt you.
No, but I guess I'm not understanding how you're reading that differently than what we've just described it.
Okay, so follow me for a second. Any non-classroom instructional staff who's directed to cover a classroom for the entire student contact day will receive their regular hourly rate of pay for 1 hour for a single period coverage and 1.5 hours for a block period coverage.
Mhm.
They already get that. So if I understood the concern,
They're not getting a planning period to do their
Exactly.
actual days. And so that's compensating them for giving up their entire duty day. So
so the language needs to say that they will receive a commensurate rate of pay for any lunch and or planning they're entitled to. They're already getting paid their daily rate and their hourly rate.
So any non-classroom instructional staff who is directed to cover a classroom for the entire student contact day, forfeiting their
Will receive
allotted.
their regular hourly rate of pay for any lunch or planning time that's forfeited for that day.
So we actually don't let them give up. Well, I guess in the MOU we did, but regularly they are not allowed to give up their duty free. So it would just be their.
But it sounds like they have, and that's why you tried to come up with this. So what I'm helping you.
So,
planning period's 45 minutes. That's what we're.
Well, it depends on where you're at. Some are 50, some are 55, some are 45 minimum. And then, yeah, and then a block is an hour. Yeah.
If they're covering on a day where they get a planning period on their block.
Yeah.
Right.
If they're covering on a day where there's no planning period on their block, they get no planning period.
Why doesn't, we don't need to necessarily have an
We
hour.
also have 7-period teachers,
Yeah.
teachers in the high school that teach 7 periods straight.
So we were trying to make it a little bit easier on the payroll side because every schedule is so different. But I mean, we're open to,
The way that sentence currently reads, they're already being compensated at their hourly rate. They're
so
not going to get
so
compensated.
you're wanting to add in for giving up their planning time.
Oh, no. Mr. Hyde is trying to clarify your interest.
Fair, yes.
How does clarify interest? That's what we do.
Mr. Hyde's clarifying your interest.
Language.
Okay.
Your interest is for forfeited time that they otherwise be entitled to, that they be
Yes.
fairly compensated.
Yes, yes.
I think that's what you need to say, is something to that effect. To Jason's point, I think we need to caucus for a moment so I understand the concern. Because planning times and lunch periods do they vary?
Yes.
Yes.
So can we caucus for a couple minutes?
Some of them are very short.
All right.
Yeah, some are 20 minutes.
Ours are
Planning
25
times?
minutes.
No, lunch period.
Yeah, like 25.
Very
Some are
short.
20 minutes. Some are-
Elementary school.
Our site is 25 minutes because students are in the middle. It's 25 minutes lunch and because we took 8.
I think I've seen an elementary school that's
45.
18 minutes.
Well, that's a whole other conversation.
That's a whole.
Can we caucus?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we will call. All right, so we took a short caucus break and dinner break. So we are back. And we will continue the discussion around the teacher Article 6. So I know you guys caucused over the point 3 letter C. So what we did was we added something that may make this a little bit clearer. So in the middle where it says any non-classroom instructional staff who is directed to cover a classroom for the entire student contact day, resulting in the forfeiture of their contractual planning time, will be compensated at their regular hourly rate of pay, blah, blah, blah. And I think that gets to what we were discussing before. Now, and I did want to offer something up. The reason we went to, even for classroom teachers, the 1 hour for a single period and the 1.5 hour for a block period was because every schedule is slightly different. And so we actually thought that this would help on a payroll perspective to keep it consistent.
What? We wanted to kind of go back and chew on it. And
Okay.
we'd be happy to take what you drafted and go
Yeah.
back as well. We got a couple ideas that are kind of flurrying around. We
Okay.
want to research and delve into deeper.
Okay.
So let us just
Like-
work.
For example.
Let us see.
You know, want to give us a clue?
I don't know. It's just a teaser.
Can you do that again?
Okay, so we'll,
At the end of the day, I'll say we philosophically agree, you know, we want to pay them for the time for being in the classroom or whatever. So it's not the issue. It's just the logistics of how we get there, you know, whether it's to pay for the hour, it's to pay for specific time,
mhm.
you know, or whatever. Another note I made was, you know, the special activity payroll. I live in the world with personnel and payroll, as do you guys.
Mhm.
And I'd likely like to bring back some language too about a timeline that has to be submitted by, or it's no kind of thing too, because I don't want it rolling out there, you know, for a long period of time. And 4 months later, we get it, you know,
Yeah.
or we're in another fiscal year, you know what I mean? Roll over. So
Okay.
those are just some knee-jerk remarks.
Okay.
Well, let me throw that
Yeah.
since you're, let me keep us in suspense. Let me add a little extra ingredient to that. Can you also ponder in your deliberations, what happens if you have a teacher that it's a quarter of their time, you know,
Say
as an
40
example,
days.
40 days.
They've been 40 days to cover a classroom. At what point do we start looking at additional compensation because they still have their actual job to do?
When you say 40 days, are you talking about 40 like periods, 40 planning
They've been
periods?
cut 40 full student contact days.
40 full days, you've not been a guidance counselor or been a coach or been a whatever.
Or been testing coordinator or been a media specialist and you're actually like your actual job is.
I think what I would say to that is we need to be aware of that so we could work
Okay.
strategically together with the principal, with the regional,
Okay.
whatever, you know, because we've got a situation that we need to get in front of. Be
Okay.
it, we need to visit with Kelly, we need to visit with you know, the site-based principal, you know, what have you. So
But if it's
rather than making that a systemic process piece and contract, I'd rather keep this targeted at those situations that are,
but what if it is a systemic problem?
well, then bring the data, bring the schools. And then let's go from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's another thing too, you know, wherever this language ends when we're done, it'll be from the point in time going forward, not looking back to the 40 days, you know what I mean? or whatever.
Well, and right now that we're working under the MOU where they are getting compensated for that time.
Because,
already.
you know, I have different thoughts about that scenario. So
Yeah.
I would be happy to talk about that further offline. Because if you're 40 days and you can live without a person doing something, we need to talk about that too, you know, from whatever position they've been pulled from. You know? Because if it's guidance counselor, we've got things that
Or that person.
getting done or they're doing
working.
on their
doing
other
on their own
time. Or
time.
if it's for coaching, then you've got instructional needs that aren't being driven into the classroom. So
Yeah.
I would like to discuss that on a targeted school level basis.
Okay. So just moving through Article 6, 6.3-1. When we had changed and really there's only one staff development early release day. This language kind of got lost in translation. And now with the addition of 3 other early release days for next school year, we wanted to make sure that this was very clear because we've gotten calls from principals and I know you guys have, we've gotten calls from staff. We wanted to clarify that during weeks when there is a full or early dismissal staff development day or a shortened week, teachers will still have their 4 days of self-directed planning. So if they have staff development early release, then that they don't get their full planning period because it's a shortened day for students, that they still get their full 4 days with no PLC time because the PLC time is that staff development and they get 3 hours of time that week. And so we wanted to ensure that teachers still got their 4 self-directed plannings.
This is
full.
Be a problem for us. Philosophically, we've heard from the superintendent. We know that it's a priority for those principals to have access to teachers, and to diminish that or reduce it by the early dismissal provision is a concern for us, in that regard. So at this point in time, this is not something that I have a provision to see my way clear through at this point in time, just singularly on adding the clause of early dismissal, because we need that time with our principals. I mean, the principals need the time with their teachers,
But if they're getting 3 hours that week, they're already getting 3 additional hours they wouldn't have gotten. So why do they need another 45 minutes in that week where teachers need their actual time?
I think, again, we've added extra early dismissal days. And so, it's time that we're giving up,
We added early
by agreeing
dismissals
to the language.
to
So
staff development. They are still getting their 6 that they've now had this is the 3rd year.
Right.
And so teachers did not receive any additional early release days. Principals received 3 additional early dismissal days.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was important for us to clarify that on those 4 weeks we have those early dismissals for specifically designated for staff development, that teachers still get their 4 full planning periods. Because we are giving administrators 9 more hours of staff development over 3 early dismissal days.
Sure.
And so that's the concern from our end.
I understand. And at this point, I don't have a counter except to say, we are not in a position, to accept this language of the early dismissal addition, for the reasons I outlined relative to the fact that, we need those opportunities to meet with staff.
So instead of just 3 hours in that week, you're going to get 4
3 hours and 45 minutes at minimum.
in that week.
So just to be clear on that language, you're rejecting and then you'll counter propose, or what are you saying here? You just need to touch base with more of your folks, or?
I think my response is we're rejecting, because I don't see a counter that I can bring back that would be an in-between or any conciliatory position. So I've just got to reject it at
Okay.
face value.
I just want clarity on it. And we're holding, or are we accepting that rejection?
I want to hold.
All right, so we're holding
Right
on
now.
that. So our position is that language makes sense to us. We're going to hold on that. We hear you in terms of what you're saying.
The other change, and I'm not sure what other changes that you guys were wanting to talk about with Article 6, but the other change that we were proposing to Article 6 that you guys got this afternoon that we were working on earlier today was 6.7-5. We were going to add in, because right now current 6.7-5, we would want to move to 6.7-6. So we want to add a committee that makes sense to us. And that's really worked well in the schools that we've piloted this in, are the labor management committees. And so the language reads as such that the district and the association agree to work together for the mutual benefit of the faculty, staff, and students. Site administrators and association building representatives shall establish a site-based joint labor management committee within the work site. This committee will be composed of at least one of the work site's elected association building representatives, principal or supervisor, and a balance of up to 5 other employees and site administrators. The committee will meet quarterly or as often as needed to discuss issues, concerns, suggestions, and ideas related to the worksite, the faculty, and the staff, and promote a better understanding between the association and the worksite. This committee will also advise site principals, supervisors on recruitment and retention issues. This committee will have no authority to modify or interpret the collective bargaining agreements or replace the grievance procedure. And so we wanted to codify this in the contract because this has worked really well at the sites where we've implemented this to really solve problems at the lowest level before it gets to us or to you guys at the district office. Site administrators and staff that have really embraced this have been able to figure things out at their level and work things through, and it not really be coming to us or to you guys at the HR level. And so we feel that this is a really good practice, and we wanted to add this into the school-based committees.
A few questions. Who determines who the 5 others are? Because it seemed to be kind of open. It says that, there's the association building rep, the principal supervisor, and a balance of up to 5 other employees and site administrators.
So we really
it seems to be kind of a.
So how it's kind of worked, or how it has worked with the schools that we've done this at, is it's really been kind of up to jointly, they've decided who's on this, right? The staff, the site administrators have kind of just decided organically. And it works best with a smaller group, because once you start getting too many people in there, you can't really have a conversation. And really, this is about having conversations on how to solve issues. And this isn't even necessarily contractual issues. It could be things that could maybe help morale at their school site. It could be, well, the non-instructional duty day is not working. How can we fix it? Right.
This is a group of 7, no more than 7.
Yeah.
Stephanie, can I share?
Yes.
What happened?
Yeah.
Okay. We had at Eagle Lake, and I know Brad won't care that I shared it, because we had a labor management committee because through no fault of their own, they accidentally scheduled teachers for extra minutes. And so we worked as a team, and he supplied a lot of things like who comes in what time and where everybody's duty was, so we could work out a solution to reduce it back to 300 minutes or 350. They were working almost 4. And some of us had come up with an idea, and I intentionally, I kind of led it, but we invited the entire staff to be a part of the committee. He invited his principal secretary to take notes, which is fine. Then we had an ESP in there. And then I insisted that I strong-armed a paraprofessional to come into the committee too, because I felt we had to have all 3 in there. And we've worked it out. And it's working really well. But it did. It took us coming together a couple different times to figure out how we can get those minutes back to the teachers.
It's really a way to empower not just staff, but also, site-based administrators to really work together to solve issues at the lowest level.
I think that's a great example.
Yeah.
So what
Thank you for
schools are we piloting this at now?
We have.
Oh, God. Let me see. There was Willow Oak comes to mind. Oh, I can't. Anthony.
Eagle Lake.
There's Anthony, the principal, Anthony.
Southwest Middle.
Southwest Middle is working really well.
Southwest Middle.
Anthony.
God, I can't think of.
Was it Sleep? No. Was it Sleepy Hill?
It was a principal at Sleepy Hill.
Sleepy Hill Middle.
No, that's no. There's like 10 of them, and we have to look at our list. I'm blanking on them.
But
yeah,
so
but where they're working is really well. And it's really empowering everybody to come up with solutions. And it's not contractual things. This one was the 360.
For example, in Willow Oak, it was a printer. Yeah,
printer. New school, like the way they had bought printers, that not every teacher had one. Teachers were really upset about that. And, Miss Townley's like, well, I can't get more printers. Like, and so, but they worked through that. We got the labor management going. They worked through that, and they came to make something work. Right. And so then that wasn't a contractual issue. That was just oh my gosh, I've always had a printer. Now I don't have a printer. Like, let's figure out what we need to do.
And where their position and are they essential? I mean, so in other words, the committee is designed for that specific purpose. Sometimes it's contractual, but most of the time on these issues that, of course, I can take, you and I could have had a very lengthy, timely conversation on printers, right? But it's really, the idea is to resolve it at that level and add a little bit of structure on there. Empower them to.
Yeah, we've really found that making it a little bit broader and having it happen more organically has been beneficial. And so we didn't want, and because we went back and forth on this of, do we have more specifics on who's on it, or do we kind of just let this kind of evolve, to what the site needs? Because each school and work site is so different, and like where Althea works at the district office, if they wanted to have a labor management with their supervisor, they could, but that's going to look way different than it would at a school site, right? And so we didn't want to like pigeonhole anybody into a specific structure.
So let me ask some more questions and learn some more. So I keyed in on something she said, inviting an ESP and a para. Are we going to see this in other contracts? Because if so, then that could be cumbersome, to have 3 committees with 21.
No. So the idea here is that
I saw it in other contracts. It would be kind of like what we did with the 60, not 7 across, whatever.
Yeah, it would be one committee. And really, we don't have school-based committees really outlined in the support staff contracts. But it would be appropriate here. I mean, because it just kind of opens it up to employees. And so this wouldn't bar paras or ESPs from being a part of this, because we do have support staff that are a part of these.
There's obviously established in
all 3 contracts.
So right now, I mean, we have the mechanism in place for school committees in the teacher contract. There aren't any school committees really based in the para or ESP contracts.
Are they participate in ESP?
But they do participate in
LMC.
these, in the ones that we've done.
Or you could put a clause in the teacher.
Yeah, that paras and ESPs.
Well, you get to determine who the other folks are.
Yeah, and it just says employees.
Not to exceed 7.
Can include.
Well, the language just says, that's why I asked.
The language just
5
says
other employees and site administrators. Doesn't qualify.
One though, at least one of
One
the
rep
work
and one
sites.
principal.
So that
Is
you
a-
might have more than one work site person, more than one rep. Is that what, are we limiting only to one? Because the
No.
language is?
No.
Okay.
No,
So it
could
might be
be-
one at 7. I'm sorry.
no.
It
Okay.
could be interpreted because it's only in the teacher
Mhm.
contract that it's only open to teachers. So it might be better to put in teachers or something about the committee makeup may include.
Paras and ESPs.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I thought it was
Yeah.
pretty clear when we said
Yeah.
employees, but I'm okay with adding a
May
clarifier.
include varied employee groups.
Yeah. Okay, that works. I'm fine with that.
That we need should include.
All right, so I've read in here that at a minimum, these pilot committees have been meeting quarterly, once per 9 weeks.
It varies
It
from each
varies.
school, yeah.
It varies.
So for example, I think in Willow Oak, it makes sense quarterly. At Southwest.
Southwest, they are meeting
They're
monthly.
monthly. So it depends on the need of the, sort of what's going on. They're very different. So I didn't want to work with everyone on a, sort of,
I got it.
they sort of
Yeah.
decided what made sense, what didn't
Yeah.
make sense.
So who kind of takes lead on scheduling and getting?
It's really
everybody in
a
room?
joint effort.
It's a joint effort.
Yeah.
Like you have your first meeting and it's just like, okay, here's.
Yeah.
where we're gonna be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it really is a very collaborative joint effort.
One of the things that I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then one of the things I didn't see in here that are curious to me, and we can talk about what it was like at your school or what it's like at the pilots, but when do they meet? You know,
After school,
because is it
usually after
the
school.
After the
Yeah.
duty day?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a volunteer kind of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, hang on a second on the volunteer type of thing. What do you mean by volunteer type of thing?
Well, what if the rep comes to me and says, hey, can you be a part of this? And I'm like, I got to go
Oh,
pick
yeah.
up my kid. I can't.
Oh, yeah.
yes,
That's fine.
yes.
Yeah.
It's not like a,
Right.
No.
No.
everybody's volunteering to be on this committee.
Yes.
That's where I was going.
Right.
Yes.
Not mandating you
No.
to stay after school.
No. So let me add in.
Team, any question?
No, I know when Fredo first came, he introduced this concept at some of the other schools, and it took hold and it really helped kind of change the culture around with some of the employees and the principals in the administration, because they felt like that they actually had a voice and that they could go and visit with the principal and get some things done. And so I don't particularly have an issue with it myself. I've seen it work.
So I've just added in with a balance of up to 5 other employees, which may include paraeducators and ESPs and site administrators.
I think we should put staff, because some may not want us on it.
Those are what we have to break.
Okay.
What if you have more than one rep? Would they just be part of that extra 5 or?
The rep can also partake.
Okay.
At the bare minimum, you gotta have at least, you should have.
You should have at least
Okay,
one.
that's what I just didn't know if it was happening, saying at least that's where.
No, we had both of our reps there.
So again, it's going to vary depending on the school, and what their needs are. So, and again, we wanted to make this codify it so that each school has it, because we do see a lot of value in it, but we also wanted it. We really have found that it's the more organic you can make it, for each school site, the better that it works.
So you did some tweaking.
So what I'd added is this committee will be composed of at least one of the work site's elected association building representatives, the principal or supervisor, and a balance of up to 5 other employees, which should include paraeducators and ESPs and site administrators. So to make sure that they knew that even though we don't really have a schools committee contract language in the support staff contracts, that they are included in this as employees.
And on a side note, it was a para that came up with the solution. So,
Yeah. So just being direct, can we exchange what you've just done there? Because I don't think we're going to be able to TA tonight.
Well, because I know you guys have stuff that you want to add to 6
We
as
with
well.
specificity have language to bring you for 6.1
Okay.
and 2 and 9.
6.1, 2, and 9.
Right. So that's why I'm not
Okay, that's fine.
arbitrarily saying.
So I'll resend this.
We shouldn't need to totally revisit
Yeah.
this again.
So I'll resend this so that you have what we've done and so that you don't have to add it and we can be working from the same document.
Send it, Laura.
Okay, perfect. All
Do
right.
you have
Laura.
a time frame for these proposals?
Are we going to talk about them on Thursday?
Yeah,
If you have.
we will make every effort to try to do that.
Okay.
To get the this.
Let me send this to you now, Laura.
A day in between bargaining to get all that done.
So just not to
Especially
be,
when I have job descriptions that I haven't drafted yet.
That's work.
so, and I hate to add to your plate, because again, everyone's want to do the due diligence. So hopefully.
Got it at 1:15.
Right.
Get it 3. so-
Right. Yeah.
Just the labor management.
Yeah,
Just the labor management.
Hopefully the proposals will come not an hour before we meet, right? Hopefully we'll have time and space.
I gave you the rest of Article 6 last Monday. I
Right.
did.
We will try to give you more lead time than
It is.
15 before the 3
Okay.
o'clock.
Okay.
All right.
So I'm going to send you this now so that you just have the Word document.
Because that's going to be an issue if it does. So please don't.
I understand.
Okay.
And with respect, that's when we got ours this afternoon. One-
You got most of
You got most of
Article
them.
6.
Over my spring break.
Over spring break.
Yeah, that was
Nobody's
tough.
working.
Oh,
I was
well,
like-
I was working.
Aside, all testing aside, it's not our priority to delay.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's workload and just getting people together in a room to get it done. So,
Okay.
and we do have Thursday on the books and we've got another meeting.
We have
weeks
nothing
after
in
that.
April?
So we are going to be, because the biggie is going to be the money,
May.
right? And so we're meeting with the district budgetary oversight committee. So we've scheduled those with Heather and Jason and JD. And so our hope is during the month of April that we can look at the money we have from the legislature, cash those out. And then we will be bringing a joint recommendation from that committee to bargaining in May. That's that committee. Because we all know that the money is very complicated coming out of Tallahassee now. So that's just the reality that we live in now. There's a lot of laws that dictate how teachers are paid. And now with the $15 an hour minimum wage for support staff and that pot of money and
TSA was changed.
and TSIA has been changed. And so, there's a lot to dig into with that. And so the subcommittee for that worked really well last bargain. And so that's our hope to come out of that, is that we can dig through the law and what the monies we have coming down from Tallahassee, and we can bring a joint recommendation in May.
We're gonna work on the collapse doing that too.
So we'll talk as a team after this. Okay, so let me send this to you now so it doesn't sit in draft, Laura. Okay, there you go. Okay, so this is okay, so do you want to do 22 or is it grievance stuff?
No, I think, well, it's up to you. I mean, we can do it. Yeah, let's just do it.
Now, this is one we were also working on today. So you sent this over?
No.
No, we did not send this over.
Did I send it over?
Which one? I don't know. What you're talking
No, we did not, because I was
Yeah.
cleaning it up. Let's actually,
about.
Yes.
I know,
Technically, I really had.
Less than an hour.
yeah. So.
Uh-oh,
You
Brian,
guys,
hang on,
you're
Brian.
thinking.
I am thinking, I need you on this one. I want to, just stay with me.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
On 6.75 again, Labor Management Committee, as I'm thinking about, have by practice, I'm not getting, the master schedule's been done wrong, or I'm not getting my plan time, or there's things that I see class actions from within a school.
Mhm.
Part of me is thinking, I would like, before we ever see a class action from a school, we should take a shot at this, shouldn't we, at the lowest level for a committee?
No, absolutely, absolutely.
So, but there's
That's the
nothing in
hope.
there that says that.
Mhm.
Do we?
Well, that's kind of like your informal, right? So I think that's where your informal,
With this?
I think that's where your informal grievance
Right.
procedure starts coming in.
And I think that the whole premise and the concept around this labor management committee is to nip those issues that could rise to the level of district concern and problems before it happens.
Yes.
And what it is it's what you want is your informal leaders that are coming to the principal and saying, hey, I'm going to use this term, please forgive me, I'm not trying to offend, but the natives are restless. And so, and this is the reason why. And so having that relationship with between labor and management and having those people be able to come to the table and sit and just resolve potentially big issues or just some small things is what I believe.
So in the event that we're talking about one of these situations in a class action, we would have the conversation that if it hasn't been here, it needs to go back and then we'll see where we go from there.
Yes, the debate on our side, and I'm going to share a little bit on debate, right? I didn't want a whole lot of structure of this thing, right? Because I've looked at the CBA and there's a lot of great committees in there. Matter of fact, my first conversation with you guys was, hey, we should get the forms committee together. And none of it really happens. The committees are there and nothing doesn't work. They don't exist. They don't implement them, whatever the story may be. And what all these committees have in common, if you really look at the language, is that they're very bureaucratic. You got to do this to do that. You got to get that. You got to like, I mean, it just goes on and on. And even I would say, done with this. I'm not, it just doesn't make any sense if you make it bureaucratic. What I found is that with this language, I'm hoping, at least in some of the practice that I've seen in the field, is that if it's organic, by organic, I mean, where administration has some buy-in, our folks have some buy-in, and they know how their school runs, and they know the issues among the schools. In this case, in Lorena's case, they had that specific issue. In Willow Oak, you had another specific issue. They kind of had a structure. And I kudos to the principals that agreed to do that because they didn't have to, right? And so if an issue like you just presented comes up and the principal is to reach out to you, you might redirect to LMC and say, try this. It's in the contract and it gives you that flexibility that you may need. If issues come to us, and that's how Kevin actually got his committee up and running. he said, well, why don't we try LMC, see if that works? And I think that's what we would do. We would redirect and we would assist, and at least the language would help us, at least in the template, not kind of putting it together. At the end of the day, they would engage in that kind of conversation to resolution.
Because I believe with everybody, this is where we can resolve a lot of things locally.
Yeah, yep.
Yes.
This is where it needs to be resolved, is at the school level, the sites, So I just wanted to put that out there, because I was thinking about this. I was like, yeah, this could be something I would like to see in place
Yes.
before we arrive at this.
Well, and I think that's the conversation that we have with our folks, right? And that's the conversation that you have with your site administrators saying, well, we have this. Let's see, have you done a labor management? It's in the contract. We need to make sure that we're doing this because we could resolve it here without it actually being an official grievance, right? And so that's going to be, a mind shift, for both sides, because principals call Barry, principals will call Tony and you and be like, well, I don't know what to do. And our members will call us, this is going on, I don't know what to do. And we can kind of work to direct them and empower them to hopefully figure out a solution at the lowest level without it really officially coming to us in a grievance.
I think also it helps to actually develop a relationship between the PEA and the administrator. Thank you, Kevin, because I know early on in my career when I came on board, there was this adversarial us versus them mentality, and that if a union member said, well, I'm going to call PEA, then the principal immediately bristled instead of just kind of trying to develop a relationship and find out exactly what's going on. And I think if you have these types of committees, and in my former employment, we had the FOP, and the FOP had and they called them issues committee.
Yeah.
We had an issues committee, which consisted of several guys from the FOP and the chief, and they met monthly, and oftentimes they didn't have anything.
Right.
And if they didn't have anything, they didn't meet. But it provided an open line of dialogue, and it also gave the administration an opportunity to head stuff off at the pass. And that's really what you want. And so it doesn't have to be anything more than how it's being described here. It's really about relationship building, and what we called it in law enforcement is community policing. It's bridging the gap between the union and the administration in order to get some stuff done.
Yes, exactly.
And we've done trainings. I've actually done trainings because it's new language and practice for our folks too. So to see if we can increase the connectivity with the site administrator, we did some internal training on what LMC is and how it would work, what the structure would look like, what kind of issues we should be talking about, and what sort of things we need to stay away. So if someone came to LMC and say, I want to change article, name it, right? No, we can't do that, right? Well, I have a grievance. No, you can't do that either.
Last statement.
Right.
Takes care of that. I'll ask you two direct questions. And again, I'm seeking to learn more because the devil's always in the details and the language. And when we're done, then we're trying to figure out what we interpreted or what we thought we meant at the table. Do you have representatives at all 160 some odd schools that we're going to talk about that are in the district at this point in time?
So we have school sites that do not have, but that's one of the things we're working on our end.
Which leads me, that wasn't in a vacuum. That's segue to my next point, because I'm reading real carefully every word, and it says that we shall establish all of these. So if you don't have membership or at every school, I frankly would like to argue from a shall to a may, again, for the flexibility.
And
Go ahead.
Okay.
There you go.
We can go with the may. It would probably undermine the language because it more on your end than our end, because your administrators are not accustomed to this language at all, and some of them aren't aware. How does it work? What does it mean? And it goes on and on and on. Others have different. They're just now. If it's a shall, right, and we don't have a rep, it becomes our responsibility to kind of get a rep in there. And I've had principals once we've been able to develop a good working relationship. I've had principals say to us, hey, we need a rep in this building, and we work on that. Now, work with me. Hang on a second. So if it's a shall, and the site administrator legitimately says, Mr. Kirk, Mr. Warren, we don't have a rep here. I'd like to start this thing up. Then that's a great connectivity to us. We need to do our job and make sure we get a rep, organize a rep in that building, and do a visit and what have you, so forth and so forth. So we can work with the administrator, and we have. Miss Principal Kowalski, I think Kowalski? Kowalik. That's a perfect example where we didn't have a rep. We had some internal issues within there, and working with the principal and ourselves and what have you, we were able to identify a rep. There was an election, and now the principal has reps in the building. Once that's been accomplished, my hope, the next steps is to establish LMC at the school where they can kind of talk to each other. So the language, the word shall, triggers a conversation for us. If it's may, and I would argue that it'll come from your side. A lot of some principals will say, I'm not doing that. I have to have it. And then you'll be dealing with the issue of, I need more paper, or I need this printer fixed. And why isn't my comp time happening here? Or, my parking spot really should be over here instead of over there. And so, and I'm being facetious, but I think that's why it should be shall, because it triggers at different levels the reaching out to your employees and your reps in the building. And if they're none, it triggers either reach out to you guys or to us, say, we need a rep in this building. And we're working diligently to make sure that we have reps in every building. And at the executive board, actually, we make sure that we need to reach out to schools about getting reps in those buildings. Now, would you get agreements from us that says you don't have a?
That's exactly where my man shall be.
Are you going to get?
Transparency.
Are you going to get agreements from us that says?
Michelle, you can grieve me in the May.
Right. School. I would never be afraid of grievances. Trust me. They're actually more of a tool of conversation. But would you get a grievance from Stephanie that says school A doesn't have an LMC? You need to have it, make it happen? No. That
we really, I mean, the whole point of the school committees that we have, and really that's something that I am working with Mr. Hyde on, and getting in front of principals together, so that they know the value of having school-based committees. Because I think a lot of the problems that we see come to our level is because we have schools that don't have these committees in place. There should be non-instructional duty committee, right? That's looking at non-instructional duty. The faculty should have input. There should be a curriculum committee. There should be all these committees that are already codified in the contract, that if we had principals that had a really good working knowledge of really building these committees, a lot of the issues that come to us probably wouldn't come to us anymore.
Well, to you guys.
That's what I'm saying, to us, on both sides. To us from our members, to you guys from your admin, because then they would have that buy-in, because staff would be a part of these decisions because they should be. And so that's kind of the point of this, is that kind of rebuilding how we look at staff input with site administrator input, so that these decisions are happening together and not happening to staff. It's a buy-in. And so that's what the committees are in place to begin with, is so that this is a collaborative effort, because not every school is the same. Not every non-instructional duty schedule is going to be the same, because schools have different needs. Schools have different facility needs. And so that's why these committees exist in the contract. And the labor management is really just a specific issues committee, like Tony was saying, that things pop up that are unique to the school, because not every school is going to have the same issues. Lorenda's was a contract minute issue, whereas Willow Oak had a printer issue.
I've seen them where it's been toilet paper.
Yeah.
They don't keep toilet paper in the bathroom. And they brought that. I mean, it can be any issue under the sun. It shouldn't be an individual issue. It should be a school-based issue that can be resolved.
But I think that's where we as a team, from our end at the PEA office and from your end at HR, really educating our members, educating your site-based administrators on the value of really having these committees in place. And labor management is just one of those that they should have to help their school and their work site run more efficiently.
Also becomes a retention issue. When people feel valued, they stay.
That was my question about the retention.
Yeah.
What is your intent with that?
Again, just issues, because if
Advising the site principals, supervisors on recruitment and retention issues.
Yeah, so you have school X, right? And they know who's coming and going and why they're coming and going. So I think it's one of those conversations that you have, within the school in this type of format. It says, look, they're leaving because of X, Y, and Z, or maybe have you posted this position because it's been vacant for a while? And the principal can share information, right, at that committee meeting. Because sometimes what happens is that the principal has information and we get that they're busy and may not share why X position wasn't posted, or there must be some background information. So you can have all those kind of conversations.
Or why there isn't toilet paper in the
Or why,
bathrooms.
right. So it isn't,
Some recruitment retention.
yeah, but the
But
recruitment.
that could
retention-
be,
But that
yeah,
could be
I gotta
it.
get out of here. They don't have toilet paper in the bathrooms. I gotta go.
But that's,
have a rep at the school who we try to get our reps, we try to have on campus, their opinion leaders, right? So we want those people who are well respected, that people go to talk to, whether it's about school or personal or home life, whatever. If that rep then approaches a principal in an LMC and says, you have a ton of people who are ready to jump ship because of the way you said this at a faculty meeting. And then the rep and the principal can work out, well, the reason I said it that way was because, well, right, you might have said it that way, and I get what your point is, but the way you said it makes you sound kind of like a jerk. They can work that out there so that the communication then can go to the staff. I understand some of you may have been upset, and it resolves the issue and can further help retention and potentially recruitment.
So so we have a lot of openings at our school, and people were very upset because they were only posted so many para positions. And so when they came to me and asked me this question, I said, let me ask you something. If we have 25 para openings and the principal posted 25 para openings, and somebody opened the thing and so there were 25 openings at a school, would you go work there?
Nope.
But if she posts 3
So that's an example.
and 15 people show up, she could hire all 15 if she wanted.
That's a great example right there.
So if there had been a conversation, the principal could have easily explained why she was doing it, because it made perfect sense once you understand, yeah, why would you want your school to look in a negative light?
So that's really, I mean, and the list isn't, limited to this, it's really, we have found that having this happen organically, but we wanted a structure in place under school committees because we want this to become the norm at our work sites in Polk County Public Schools. And so we wanted it codified that they will have this committee. And it really, it forces both sides to really solve problems at the local level, at the lowest level, and, with what makes sense for their work site.
Okay.
So I sent that language and the whole Article 6 to you, Laura.
Yes.
So that you guys have that to work from.
And I'll move on. I don't want to keep beating this horse because we're almost there.
Yeah.
That's where we really are. But as I'm looking at, it's Article 6.7, if you want to look in the contract there real quickly. I'm going to propose, there's already a 6.75.
Yes.
And so.
So I just moved 6.75 down to 6.7-6.
So you're going to make that a 6.
Yes.
All right. And so if that's the case, here's just, it's really just a structure thing for me.
Okay.
Look at all the other committees that we've got under there. It says like 6.73, it'll say 6.74, and it gives the committee, and it says duties : and it tells what they are. Because it already establishes in 6.7, in order to provide an efficient school operation, we shall establish to include.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want 6.75 to just be this narrative paragraph? Because it will look different than the other like 4 or 5 committees that are in contract prior to that.
I mean, I can work on if you want it to
Those that
come
come after us. Do you guys?
I don't particularly care. It didn't bother me, but
you guys good?
It didn't bother me.
Every other committee has outlined duties. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's, to Wilfredo's point, he wanted it to be gray, open, and interpretive, if you will, to a degree.
More organic.
Organic was the word, yeah. So
I mean, I'm not opposed to taking this paragraph and making it mirror the structure.
it may just be me.
It didn't bother me.
Actually, it is you, right? Because it is you, and I mean that in a nice way. It's just the a little bit of the DNA, maybe not the DNA, but the culture of the employer, right? You need to have those kinds of things, and the language as is just allows for the flexibility and for for the facility or the school to breathe.
I think it
And then-
promotes easier and better communication by not assigning the duties that you're talking about.
And that's how the other, in my opinion, that's why other committees have been.
I receive it. I'm not going to die on the hill. I just,
I had to take you and Stephanie on that one.
yeah.
I will have to say, I'm like, then he's like, no. And he tell me why. I'm like, okay.
Because it's a whole section of committees. That's why I bring it up.
Yeah.
We want everybody in the committee to feel as an equal too. That's a very important part of a labor management committee, is that the people in the committee realize that they are all on equal footing, that they're not there to present to a building administrator as the end all be all. That building administrator is a part of the committee, is a part of the resolution, part of helping facilitate that conversation.
I'm with you. I'm not an aversion to it.
All right. So enough of that.
All right.
Otherwise you cross
So-
over to filibuster.
All right. So I sent that to you so that you could add on to your language. So we're working from the same. Now remind me, because I sent a lot to you guys last Monday. You guys have 22? Okay. All right. We'll save the grievance stuff for Thursday, since I did just send that to you guys.
Like, I just saw it here.
Yeah, it's really not earth shattering. It really isn't. So, and I know Article 22 for the teacher is a bear. And some of that is going to be tied to the salary stuff that it's coming as a joint recommendation. We had district management with Dr. Lutz and some of the school counselor, senior directors, school counselors, speech language pathologists, deans, social workers, and some other of those folks as a joint recommendation. And so let's see, where do I want to start? We'll just start at the top. So kind of the premise here, and this has kind of been a long time coming, and that's where we added the school counselor supplement into Appendix C last bargain, was to really compensate school counselors, because there are certain positions in the teacher contract that really, they're very different from a classroom teacher or even a non-classroom teacher, in the sense of like an instructional coach or an inclusion teacher or an LEA. They have very specific service provider aspects. Your social workers, we've already pulled school psychologists out because of that same kind of nature. And really over the years, we see that social workers, mental health counselors, school counselors, speech language pathologists are more like service providers in a sense. And with our school counselors already, with our secondary school counselors, we already offer them every year an extended contract. And so we've been having conversations with the school counselors, and that's why we asked for a list of the job descriptions under the teacher contract that required a master's degree. So your social workers require a master's degree now from the list. Your mental health counselors require a master's degree. Your speech language pathologists require a master's degree to even work in that position. And they are getting the master's degree supplement for that. And we'll talk more about the actual salary structure in the subcommittee with what we're presenting jointly from that committee. We'll get into that a little bit more with the salary structure. But we thought it made sense to officially in the contract move them into a 206-day contract like the school psychologist. And so that's kind of where the premise of all this is happening. So in 22.1, mental health counselors, school social workers, speech language pathologists, and deans. Wait, hold on. Where am I at? Oh, sorry. Wait, I think actually this is a typo. This is my fault. So we'll come back to 22.1. That's a typo. So move down to 22.1-2 or -1, sorry. So part A is specific to school psychologists. And so since we were talking about, since we're proposing to bring more people under the school psychologist umbrella, it made more sense to make, or at least from our perspective, you guys might have a different perspective from the payroll end and the HR end, to make this all kind of under one umbrella. So this would no longer, if they want to have flexible contracts, that it wouldn't be at the discretion of the coordinator of psychological services. This would all fall under human resources, because they would be approving if they wanted to flex down to 196, or if there was a 247-day contract available because someone did flex down to 196. All of this would be housed under HR now, instead of because before it was just school psychologists that had this. So it made sense for the coordinator of psychological services to deal with that. But if we're adding more people in under this umbrella, it makes more sense for it to really be housed under HR, either with personnel, or your office, Brian. And so we struck through that language. And now I found a typo. And so I was fixing the typo. So the seniority language is not found in Article 19.2, it's found in 17.8. And so I fixed that. And so that was just a fix. And then we struck through school psychologists performing psychological assessments of students on Saturday will be paid based on the adult school salary schedule. They will be paid at their regular hourly rate of pay, not the Appendix D pay. And so that's 22.1-1. Let me keep going. Okay, so we added a section B because we are wanting to add in mental health counselors, school counselors, social workers, and speech language pathologists under the school psychologist pay schedule. Now, upon further discussion with deans, while they require a master's degree to an extent, they can be a dean without a master's if they have an agreement to earn, if they're working on their master's in ed leadership. And so because of that, in their actual position, they could be working as a dean without a master's degree. We actually did not want to move them into this schedule. It made more sense to keep them on the teacher salary schedule and just for them to get the supplement once they earn the master's degree. Whereas school counselors, mental health counselors, social workers, speech language pathologists, and school psychs have to have at least a master's degree to actually work in their job. Whereas deans don't have to, they could be working towards it on an agreement to earn. School counselors and the rest of those folks don't have that option. They have to have it to work in their position.
Take the test.
Yes.
And have passed the test.
Yes. And so with Part B, and so that's the difference from the version you got, is that we removed deans from this, even though we want to still offer them a flexible schedule to a 216. We've talked to some principals, we talked to deans, and it looks like both sides really would benefit from deans being offered the 216-day contract so that they could work with their admin over the summer, whereas that's really not an option right now. And so with Part B, there are two sections, BI or B1 and B2. The standard year of employment for social workers, speech, language pathologists, mental health counselors, school counselors is 216 days. However, flexible length contracts of 196 or 247 days may be available. Any employee listed in 22.1-1, Section B, will be permitted to change to a flexible contract of 196 days before each new school year to the Associate Superintendent of Human Resource Services Division. These requests must be submitted by July 1st of each year, or the employee will work a 216-day contract for the upcoming school year.
There's something missing in that sentence before that. Permitted to change a flexible contract 196 days before each new school year to the associate superintendent. They're submitting something to the associate superintendent.
So if they want to drop down to 196 day, they have the flexible option to.
Verb somewhere.
Wait, hold on.
I'm missing something.
Any employee listed in the Section B will be permitted to change to a flexible contract of 196 days before each new school year. So you're saying
Following
between-
approval by the associate superintendent?
I'm okay with that. If that makes more sense to you.
What was it, Mary?
By submitting the request to the associate superintendent.
It's just a step.
Okay, so by submitting the request to the associate, okay. These requests must be submitted by July 1st of each year, or the employee will work a 216-day contract for the upcoming school year. Right now, after talking to some school psychologists and Dr. Lutz, that's currently how the school psychologists do it. Roundabout is that they work a 216, they can flex down to a 196, and when they do, that makes a 247-day contract available to somebody else. So that there's kind of a balance of 216-day contracts. And then B2 would be for school-based employees. If an employee elects to flex to a 196-day contract for the school year, a 247-day contract will become available for another employee in the same position. Any employee at the same school in the same position as the employee opting to flex down to a 196-day contract may volunteer to extend their contract to 247 days. In the event there are more volunteers than 247-day contracts, the 247-day contract will be extended according to seniority as defined in Article 17.8 for the specific work site. And this is to help with, because school psychologists are district employees. And so it makes sense to do based on their district seniority. But it doesn't, we didn't feel it made sense at the school-based level if Dell decided to flex down to 196 day and he's at Jewett Middle Academy, that just because somebody with more seniority at Southwest Middle School, the need is there at that school site. So to keep it housed within that school. So if another counselor wanted to pick up the 247 at his school, they could. Right. And so that's why we did it. We had a section for school-based employees. Now, district-based employees, which would be.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Barry.
When you said that they may volunteer to extend their contract to 247 days, who do they submit that to? Does that go into the associate superintendent as well?
Sure. Same language.
Yeah, it would be the same. Yeah, it would be the same. Yeah. So just adding in a sentence, this request should be submitted to the associate superintendent of HR. Okay. Okay. And then B, and this should be 3 or I guess 3I. District-wide employees, if an employee elects to flex to a 196-day contract for the school year, a 247-day contract will become available for another employee in the same position. Any employee in the same position as the employee opting to flex down to a 196-day contract may volunteer to extend their contract to 247 days. In the event that there are more volunteers, and it follows the same pattern with the seniority as defined in 17.8. So this is what we currently do for the school psychs right now as district-wide employees. And then part, and this would be C, I messed up my numbering. So any 247-day contract extensions will be voluntary and determined on a yearly basis. And then this would be D. Any employee flexing from a 216-day contract to a 196-day contract will see a 20-day prorated salary, because those folks would be on the 260-day school psych. And so they would be prorated back to 196 days.
Questions?
Yes,
I'm sure that's a lot there.
this will definitely be where we end our night probably.
Yes, I figured it would be.
And I would wager it probably will extend over into our next time together.
Yes.
This is kind of where I need my team to jump in at any time too. But some of the things we reviewed and discussed when we were looking at this flex schedule piece for employees. First, I appreciated the fact that they have to present to HR, so it's just not volunteering all over the board.
Yeah.
Because that was our first
Well,
concern,
that's chaotic.
that work schedules cannot be programmed based on just volunteerism.
Yeah, that's chaotic.
Respecting that this is already in place, there likely has to be deadlines for submission of when it's done, so it can be programmed and the overage or the underage can be reallocated out to be used somewhere else. One of the other things we talked about as well is, while you began talking about, we have historically done some of this via extended contract or otherwise. In the finance world, those comes from those, this being as an extension of various days of work, 196, 247, whatever the schedule is, could be a different pot of money than what we pulled from for extended contract. So that's something that we wanted to bring forward, as it could present a budgeting challenge in that regard. We also have seen and could see there could be situations where we have 12-month folks that they earn vacation, and then if they reduce down to 11-month, and there's a payout and a process that occurs there relative to that process. If they move from a 12-month to an 11-month contract,
So
that impacts them on a long term.
I have a question. So I have actually a question about that.
Yeah.
So if they would all be 11-month employees,
They're all
216. And so the only reason they would work a 247 would be through an extended contract only if somebody dropped down to 196. So nobody would be designated a 12-month here, dropping down to an 11-month. They're all 11-month.
And I'm really I'm
So
better
I guess-
at that position,
Yeah.
because I think 11 months, I don't think 12 months is a good place for us to be.
No. So and I guess my question is, if they extend to 247 for that year, they don't accrue vacation time. They're extending their contract. Or I guess that would be my question, because they're an 11-month employee. I didn't think so.
Vacation, no.
If it's on.
Not 11.
No, because it's a year-by-year basis.
Right.
So I didn't think they did because they don't have to extend. That position's not a 12-month position.
So if we were to move forward with that, we should specify extended contract in here.
They're ineligible for vacation. Okay, because I think that is currently the practice, from what I understand. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
we were reading it as they became a 12-month employee.
No.
That was
Okay, no.
The kind of tweaks that.
No, well, and so with the school psychs, I believe the practice is, from what I understand, is that if somebody, they're all 216, so they're all 11 months. And then if a school psych opts to drop down to a 196, then that makes an extended contract available to another school psych, depending on seniority, correct? And with the extended contract, because that's a year-by-year thing, it's not, they don't get that in perpetuity. It's a year-by-year decision, because every year, all school psychs are designated as 11 months. And then they have to opt to drop down to a 196, which just opens up an extended contract. So they don't accrue vacation time by extending to the 247, because that's a year-by-year, the position's not a 12-month position. So that would be how this would work. The same structure would be in place.
May I ask a question on the 12-month dropping down to an 11? Okay, what happens there if we went from 247 to 216?
I don't think they have
vacation time. What would happen with that?
We'd have to,
I don't think that's allowable out there.
right now. We'd have to
If we,
check.
would you ask that question one more time?
Okay, you had a 12-month employee that chose to go from 12 months to 11 months. They had vacation time on the books as a 12-month employee. How do we handle that? Vacation time that they had accrued.
We don't.
I don't think that's allowable.
Yeah, we don't have employees that can.
Your position.
It's 11
Yeah.
months with an extended.
It's a change position. Yeah.
They changed positions.
Mhm.
Change positions from a 12-month to an 11-month.
Well, that's a different.
Oh, then they're, if they no longer accrue vacation.
Yeah, I have a specific reason for asking that question.
We were talking with payroll, and I believe that the vacation is held.
So it's held on the books.
If you separate, it's paid out. If you
Okay.
retire, it's.
It's hard, but if you, okay, I just wanted clarity on that one. Thank you.
So it looks like we have meeting of the mind on this language then.
we've
At
been
least we'll-
reflecting on the scenarios and otherwise. And, we dropped right down into school psychologist, but I didn't want to, I'd be remiss not to go back to 22.1 because that's something that we have got to kind of probably pull some more data on ourselves
Okay.
because you have added,
Well, and I've actually, in looking at that, Brian, I need to, because I think that was done.
pulled deans. I
Yeah,
think, out
that,
there.
so let me look at that because I believe
Also, the point I'm making is
There's
where
a
we
mistake there.
previously had secondary school counselors and now you've added
Yes.
all. Now
And-
you've added a bunch of people in there.
So the thought behind that is that there are, and I know Mr. Hyde is making school counselors and some of those support services his tier one, in his, what do you call it? Thank you. The strategic planning, the staffing plans. And so knowing that right now, elementary school, school counselors, some of them probably want to stay 196 days. We didn't want to
Right.
force them into a 216. And that was the feedback we got
Correct.
when we started these conversations with school counselors about a year ago.
Right. Some of our elementary wanted to stay. And then you also had some elementary whose principals were asking, not requiring, but asking them to come in to handle 504s, IEPs, depending on the typical situation that was going on at that particular school.
Over the summer.
Right. And some of those counselors were doing it. And in some instances, were not even getting compensated. They were like literally volunteering because they felt if they didn't get it done, then it wouldn't get done. And then we'll be out of compliance and the whole ball rolls downhill.
And so knowing that there is a priority with school counselors and some of these, groups in these service provider positions, not forcing these folks to go to a 216-day contract, but having the flexibility to drop down to 196 if they wanted. But if they wanted to stay 216, I think that does a few things for both sides. For our folks, it gets them compensated for work they are doing over the summer at the elementary level. And for your side, it helps your site-based administrators get the work done that they need done with a shortage of school counselors, just like we have a shortage in other areas. And so that it kind of equals out and is good for both sides. So we're not forcing people to do a 216-day contract, but it kind of helps out your school administrators too, and really the workload on our school counselors,
Right.
even at some of our bigger elementary schools where.
We have an 1,100 member school with one counselor.
Yeah.
And that's it. And they're expected to do 504s. They're expected to do tier 3 interventions, tier 2. So they're expected to do all these things, but there's no support coming.
And so since we already offer the 216-day extended contract for the secondary counselors, while we knew this was going to be a financial impact, we also knew that this was in Mr. Hyde's tier 1 support, like with the staffing allocations. And so that this kind of made sense to move everybody into this. And so they still had the option to back down to a 196-day if they wanted to. So that was the rationale in talking with school counselors and then talking with social workers and speech language pathologists. Because the speech language pathologists are in very similar situations to where they have evaluations that they can be doing over the summer that don't necessarily have to be done during the school year. While they're providing direct services to students during the school year, they could be doing, they need to be doing evaluations and all of those types of things that could happen over the summer.
They would only extend their contract if there was a reduction to offset it.
No, everybody would be 216. So all of these folks that we've listed would go to a 216-day contract. The employee could opt to push back to a 196 if they didn't want to work an 11-month contract. And if they did, the potential then could open up for a 247-day contract or a 12-month contract for that year for another person in the same position, either at that school if they're school-based, or like our speech language pathologists, our school psychs, they're more district-based. And they don't have to take it. Nobody has to take the 247, but it's available if they wanted to. And so I'm envisioning what Brian's office would do is that once they got all of the people and positions that wanted to drop to a 196-day contract, they would then advertise, hey, here are the 247-day contracts extensions that we have available at Jewett Middle School or district-wide with school psychs or district-wide with speech language pathologists. And they would have a time frame in which to say, hey, I want one of those to be considered. And again, this language was really more of a discussion opener because we know that there are some procedures and processes that we may not be privy to on your side on how this would work on HR. And so this is really more of a jumping off point so that we could get it right, but the structure is here for what we want to do.
So Brian, what's your primary concern here? Because you got that look like my real concern is.
I'm concerned about, I'd like to go back and quantify, run some data to know the impact, the exposure for money. For adding, notwithstanding the philosophical need and presented. But as you already said, you do it, it's going to come at a cost as well. I'm logistically thinking through, because I was already thinking to myself, well, what if you only want to work the 196, but your principal really needs the 247 because they got to get those 504s and whatever done. So if you want to volunteer for 247, you go to his school and plug in for the summer. Is that what you're saying?
It wasn't essentially, but that doesn't mean it couldn't happen that way.
And I say that only because
I could remember a couple years back where there were some schools that were really in a crunch, and they did advertise for counselors to volunteer to another school to help out. It was particularly our high schools, but there were a few middle schools that were, I think, wrapping up and opening, and they needed that additional help.
So I mean, we're open to those kinds of
Dawson and logistics.
We had an MOU for the office.
We talked about that relative to, I may have 4 or 5 on staff at the high school, but one doesn't want, 2 or 3 may want to work more and others don't, but they don't need them here. Can I plug them in over here? Right. It's the same. That's why I was, when you said they'll come and then we'll post it and advertise it. I'm thinking about that logistics of how we'll do that every year.
Yeah.
That's one more thing that we're having to take on relative to.
Well, and that's why we wanted to have the conversation with you guys.
Capital, that human resource capital, which we want to do, but this is a huge undertaking in the summertime while we're still doing reappointments and rolling people over and doing reorg and hiring. So that's what's going through my mind.
Right.
And I've already got I got a committed group of people like is it many schools, but I'm trying to figure out how we can get this done as well.
All right. So, so that's an interesting point. So budgetary, logistics, your last statement. So you're not necessarily disagreeing with the language, but the logistics and the budget is really what the impediments are.
I am not taking away from the remarks shared down here. We know that that's happening, and but just, I can't even volunteer to go in and do that in the summer just to keep things going and keep the kids in compliance. Hats off, to those teams and those groups that do that. We're trying to get things leveled, and it's going to be a process. But I also know that I think we need some time to look at the numbers and look at the logistics. I truly do.
No, and we knew this was going to be a big one. There's a lot here. That's why we wanted to get it on the table to you guys now so that we had some time on Thursday to continue this and through April so that, we can come back in May and maybe have some things worked out. There's some other things in 22 outside of this group that while we have a little bit of time left, I want to just make sure that that's out there so that you guys have the entirety of the article so far. So in 22.1-2 with JROTC instructors, currently right now, JROTC can choose to be on the Appendix B teacher salary, or they can choose to be on military pay. And if they choose to be on military pay, right now, they don't have access to the advanced degree supplements that are currently offered in Appendix B. They have access to all the supplements in Appendix C because that's a separate appendix. But since they didn't choose to be in the teacher salary in Appendix B right now, they're barred from getting a master's, a specialist, or a doctorate supplement. And so in 22.1-2, we wanted to add a sentence that employees electing military instructor pay shall not be excluded from earning advanced degree supplements as specified in Appendix B.
So I'm going to probably have to just defer and go back and research this one further. I thought I had done I had thought about it and done notes coming in that, what I wanted to say is, the master's supplement is only for those that are on the teacher salary. But I'm not going to just leave that at the end of the table as an arbitrary, that's what I think. Because as you were saying this to me this time, I think what I really need to go back and review is I'm concerned that once they elect that military instructor pay, that's that silo, it's that package. So you don't get to take military pay silo plus come over to the contract and pull more in. So that's why I think it's either or. So I'm not sure that we can mix and match from those two pieces. That's what I want to ask about.
Okay. All right. That's fair enough.
So I wanted to come in and say only for teacher salary. They're okay to receive the supplement there, but I want to double check on that piece about that silo for the military pay piece. Because to me, that's a bundled package, you know what I mean? So I'm getting paid for the bundled package that's already likely more. That's the reason many of them go with that pay. And so then they're going to get that in addition to. So
okay,
I'm hesitant about that.
Okay.
So I'll get back to you on that, and that'll be my likely response would be just what I've relayed, but I want to make sure I'm not giving you false information.
And then in 22.1-3 discusses Polk Virtual School, which kind of ties into that Appendix E discussion. And so this kind of partners with that. And so we wanted to make it very clear because we get this a lot from Polk Virtual full-time teachers that see this and they're like, I'm paid on Appendix B. And we're like, no, you're a full-time teacher. You're paid on Appendix B. So we wanted to clarify that part-time Polk Virtual School instructional personnel shall be paid according to Appendix E. And that adding a sentence in saying all full-time Polk Virtual School instructional personnel shall be paid according to the salary schedule in Appendix B. So that it's very clear that full-time Polk Virtual teachers are paid by Appendix B, not Appendix E, because that is a clarifier that we get a lot. People ask. So we wanted to make it clear in 22.1-3. So really that doesn't change anything that we currently do. And really doesn't even have any stipulations on the conversation that we'll have around Appendix E with the way we presented it to you last time. It's just clarifying here with Polk Virtual.
Yeah, and this is where, and I thought I had something from Darren Williams on this, but this is where this whole, I'm looking at the proposed, right?
This is what they're proposing for Appendix E. So what we're doing is you've discriminated clearly between part-time and full-time.
Yes.
But as that discrimination occurs, we're already looking ahead to where we're going to be with Appendix E.
Okay.
Relative to the impact and the increase to those rates of pay for bachelor's, master's, and specialist doctorate.
But that still doesn't, it still doesn't change the fact that Appendix E is for part-time Polk Virtual. It's not for full-time. Full-time Polk Virtual are paid on a teacher Appendix B. So really 22.1-3 just clarifies that.
I think that's correct. And then we argue and negotiate the rates of pay.
Yeah. And so really, this is outside of Appendix E. This is just clarifying language saying that part-time Polk Virtual is Appendix E, whatever that ends up maybe looking like. And that all full-time Polk Virtual are paid on Appendix B, the teacher salary schedule, which is what we currently do. It just makes it very clear to people that are reading this.
Yeah, we're not agreeing to pay. We're just agreeing that these part-time folks will be paid.
Whatever's decided. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, good with that.
Yeah. And so that's just a clarifier. Okay. Oh, this is a big one too. Sorry.
No more. 15 minutes.
I know. Okay.
All right.
Oh, and 22.5-2, we were striking through because that would fall in line because they would be a 216 day and it wouldn't be annual by the principal. So that's why that language is stricken through at that point. And then to close this out probably for tonight, actually, we got 3 things. So if we go down to 22.17, or wait, no, I didn't change that. This is for topics of discussion. I didn't propose any language, but I do want to discuss it because I think that We had a robust conversation last bargain about the Appendix D special activity pay and whether teachers or even support staff were getting paid to take tickets at a game versus actually doing instructional type things, that those are very different. And so with 22.17 and 22.18, we wanted to have a discussion with you guys, but we also know that there are financial implications to this as well. But if teachers are hired by the board to perform as a consultant or who are working beyond the regular school day, will be paid at the rate listed in Appendix D. If they're doing consultant work, why are they being paid at?
What teachers do we have doing consulting work?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If we,
get in on that?
yeah, right. Do. And I think that moving forward, I would like to see how many, because I'm actually not sure about that.
That's
But
existing language.
what stood out to me was if we're paying it, and we know we pay consultants a lot of money that come into this district. If we're paying teachers as a consultant and paying them 1809, 19 something or 20 something, that's atrocious.
What are some instances when we would do that though?
But that's the language, the way it is right now. And so I wanted to have a discussion around that, because if we are paying teachers to be consultants for something,
Sounds like an uncle's proposal.
yeah, and that was existing language. So I think that's something that I wanted to have a conversation about.
Be interesting to find.
Yes.
If it's actually occurring.
Yes. And then if teachers are required by the board to participate in workshops or conferences other than a regular school day, paying them at a rate of 1809, we wanted to also discuss. And so we didn't propose any language per se, because we wanted that to be more collaborative. And again, we know there are cost implications with that. But I did want to bring those to your attention so that we could have a further discussion about that. Knowing how much that we do pay consultants that come into the district, it should be more comparable, at least their hourly rate of pay, for goodness sakes, if we're paying them to be a consultant for something.
When things like happen, like when we were doing LEQs and those kinds of things, and we were trying to people were trying to align curriculum to the curriculum maps and all that, we paid those people as a consultant when they worked, because they were doing work using their expertise. That's where, I don't know if it's still being done, but we were paying people back then because it wasn't like they were staying to do a play or that's not the right thing, but staying because we were having some type of a open house or a book fair or something. They were using the difference was they were using their expertise. So those people were getting paid their rate of pay instead of.
But
They were using their expertise outside of their normal work duties.
Correct.
To improve or advance or develop a new system.
Correct.
That's where the consulting comes from.
I mean, just by definition, the way that it reads, an employee can also be paid as a consultant. I mean, that's why to us, it's just
yeah,
not making sense.
well, and that's why I read that too. And I'm like, and that's why we didn't propose any language. I wanted to highlight it and so that we can maybe have a discussion around that, because I was concerned that we would be paying $18.09 an hour for a consultant. But then I also knew about what you just said, Jason. I'm like, So that's why I highlighted it, and we didn't propose anything.
I don't know if it's still being done.
No.
The idea was that instead of paying them the adult school rate, because they were using their expertise, they were paid their daily rate of pay.
So let me real quick, because shit. Oh, just sorry. Sorry about that. So if we help me out with this, Maria. So if we take the work that Gina has put in the sign language, sort of helping put the job description together, using their expertise to construct the job description, how they're applied, kind of that's how the consulting pay work. She would be like a quasi consultant or consultant?
We didn't use it for the, I would
As an
argue,
example,
I would argue as an example, yes.
Okay, that's what.
Where I know for a fact it was used is when we were doing that, and people were doing all the extra work on curriculum mapping especially. And that's really where they paid money for the teachers who were coming in to write the maps and help align the map.
I was one of the people who did that a few years ago, so.
So that was just to kind of put that on your radar that we need to look at that. So we don't have any actual like proposal there. We needed to discuss that with you to see what makes sense there. And just in the art of time, because I know we're coming up to 7.
And as we do, I'm looking over to Mary Ann for historicity or others. Why would we want to, give me the logic for why we would want to keep this in here? If we can find out if we're using it or haven't used it, we know why we've used it in the past versus not just writing these folks up for a contract with here's your deliverables, here's your services, and here's the established rate, you know, and then you can run it through on our side or your side or whatever, work with these folks as a consultant.
At the end of the day, I would argue that that is a perfectly valid way to do it. The district did not want to do it, and at the time, this language, I believe, was put in place was so that people would get paid their daily rate of pay for the work instead of the adults. Because what they were doing was more aligned to their teacher job than some of the other things we would give the adult school rate.
So we're actually,
I think that's not an invalid way to do it.
Actually, I think we're okay with striking that language because the way you just said, Brian, I think that makes more sense now at this point in time.
I think that's kind of our reaction, having reading through it as well. I think it's just a better place for us to be.
Okay.
I think, and it's better for whoever the individual is that would want to get in on the consulting gig over here, you know, or whatever.
So, and the only thing I might throw out there, Brian, is think about that, what we're not doing right now that we could do later, like where we how to put together the maps. You're talking about an enormous amount of teachers that you would be writing those types of contracts for, which would be a little bit little heavy workload for you all to try to, because quite a number of teachers worked on mapping and aligning maps and LEQs and UEQs.
Mm-hmm.
And Mary Ann, what I was talking about while I was reflecting on what you were saying is, I think we may have gone that direction, or the thought may have been because folks under this bargaining agreement would be exempt. And so, you know, arguably you could argue the duty day and then whatever you do outside of that or on the weekends would be up for discussion of the contracted services agreement. But we may have been worried about that exempt piece. Because I don't know how far back the LEQ piece, is that back to?
Oh, that's back under Sherry Nichols. That's how far
It was
back.
a while back.
This language has been there for quite a while.
Right. Because we've gone through periods of where we didn't do CSAs for folks, you know what I mean, under different periods of time.
All right. So in 22.26, we were just striking through for the 2015-16 school year and just saying simply 2 salary schedules are as required by Florida statutes have been developed in Appendix B.
Okay with that.
That was just a cleanup piece. So that was,
We like that one.
yeah, that was.
That's not costing no money.
I'm on a limb here, but
Yeah, that
No
I figured you guys would go with that. And now to finish out today,
you use a lighter blue. It doesn't.
in blue, I can do a lighter blue next time. It
Really dark.
printed out really dark. Sorry about that. So in 22.29, we are proposing to add a 22.29 section. And this goes along with our discussion about provisional substitutes coming in under our collective bargaining agreement, potentially.
And I'll just say let's let that be a teaser for next time.
And so that can be a teaser for next time. So please read that over.
I have already.
Yes, we have.
There's not enough time to discuss.
And we can talk about that on
If we were
Thursday.
in class, the bell is about.
The bell is about to ring.
And we looking at the time.
We can get our backpacks now. Okay, awesome. Well, so what I have is we have the tentative agreements in the para for Article 9, 13, and 19. Those predominantly talking about the sign language interpreter updates. So for next time,
I don't have to.
it's right here.
Oh, thank you.
Got it. Okay. For next time, we have Article 6, teaching conditions, Article 22 in the teacher contract with the professional compensation, still on the table. In all three contracts, the board writes with prescription drugs. I'll leave that at that. And then I sent you guys the grievance procedures proposal for all three contracts.
One more, I'm not sure, that might be the last one. There's one more, working with Lisa on that one.
Oh, yes.
I don't even call it.
Yeah, we don't even know what to call it yet.
Tell us which article.
It would be in all three contracts. It would be probably under association rights. About the information we get every month, just to make sure that it's consistent. That Lisa, our membership secretary, gets every month from payroll. So that when, payroll people leave, that it's there and we don't have to, worry about.
Monthly ongoing.
Yeah, like those monthly ongoing reports, really just codifying that we get those and that's in the contract. So that, as if Dana ever leaves or as payroll switches over, that we have that codified in the contract that we get those reports.
Yeah.
So that's what we're working on with that.
And just so Laura can keep our notes and we're on the same page. We were close on Article 2. We knew we were going to submit CDAT. So we were close on that one. And then on Article 20.
And that's para 2, right?
Yeah, all those paid leaves, all those languages that lay on top, we were going to bring back.
Okay.
New language, to your point, a lot of it is from policy.
Okay.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
we'll do that. And then Laura, there was something else we were supposed to review and bring back. The reasonable suspicion. Oh, ROTC.
Okay.
Make a note of my ROTC. That was Article 22.
Okay, so in 22. Now I did want to, and I had copies here in case we got to it. We wanted to discuss, how we sign the summer MOUs every year and it pretty much says the same thing every year, maybe with some tweaks. We would like to codify that in the contract so that we don't have to sign summer school MOUs every year. And that if there's just additional monies.
Language out there. I've seen it. It'll work. Yeah.
So I hate, that's one thing I loathe this time of year.
County, I think, has it. I've looked at their contract.
Yes.
Look at other districts.
So, and I just had the sample MOUs that we had from last year, like figuring out how to put this in our contract so that we don't have to do this every year.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's, we got a full plate, I think, for Thursday.
I'm surprised you said that. We love those songs.
I hate them. I think Laura would disagree with you.
I mean, can you guys, a number, there've been years where we've had like 20.
Last year I signed 27. We're at
27.
But a lot of it's ESSER.
ESSER's a little bit
ESSER's
different.
different, yeah.
ESSER's not- It's a lot.
Let's write an MOU for that. We can do that.
Okay, so we will be back on Thursday, March 31st at 3 p.m. at the PEA office. And we are done with tonight's bargaining session. Thank you.